Welcome back to Tierp Arena for heading into Q3 semi-finals and finals race weekend number 2 of Rallyx for 2026. Martin Haven and Hal Ridge. We've just inhaled lunch, Hal, so I hope everybody else has got a little bit more time to eat theirs. But it's a busy day. There's no time to rest, is there?
No, qualifying is nearly done. Just this third session still to go. A lot to play for, as we can see in the standings. We'll talk you through that as we go through this final qualifying session. Then a very short break. On to semi-finals for the classes that have them here today. And then we're into folk race, the exhibition races that are here this weekend, including turbocharged cars for only the second time ever, I think, in Sweden. We're not commentating that. There is someone far more experienced in folk racing doing that. And then we'll be back within the same stream for the finals to wrap up this weekend at the Rally Extreme event.
It's busy, isn't it? It is busy.
Yeah.
Very busy indeed. So, as well as drifting is still going on as well. So we had Swedish Championship yesterday evening. 3-hour live stream of that. That was good news and good fun for us. Now then, we've seen a lot of drone action, we've seen a lot of camera action. What about an on-board view of this place? Because this is actually quite a technical, quite a tricky circuit.
There's a lot to it, isn't there? And I think we can ride on board in the open four-wheel drive category with Romet Cerner getting buffeted around in the last of the jumps. Paddle shift, of course, these newer machines with the right hand, just flicking up the gears, steering with the left, and just a thumb on the wheel down into the first corner. This is on a running lap, so no real risk of being had on the inside at this stage. Turns in nicely into turns 1 and 2 through the chicane, really threading the needle in the FC2 machine. Then onto the loose over this kicker of a jump where the landing is so important. Over that curve on the left, the track is really undulating. We've got to get it turned in to the right-hander. A tiny reprieve on the tarmac before the left, and then this long right-hander in the velodrome section, hooking a wheel on the inside into the curb. Cerner doesn't go joker, that's to the right-hand side. Nason is there in the joker. Cerner's got good space on the inside. Nason runs a bit deep, gets lots of rotation done, as you see there. Cerner takes the tidier line, but there isn't a moment to rest apart from out of this final corner down the start-finish straight. It is a very busy lap indeed, with a lot going on.
There is a lot going on, and actually all of those concrete walls, all of those barriers are very, very close indeed. When you see it from the outside, it looks a little calmer. When you see it from on board, it's anything but. So Q3 starts once more, as everything does, with Crosscar Junior. Ivani Manisto is fastest so far, and Alex Antela fastest in Q2 as we get our first heat underway, and Joanna Yililami making an excellent start. And Yililami didn't qualify for the semis yesterday, currently 16th quickest on her 2 qualifying runs so far. But this is absolutely what she needs. Put herself out front, clear air, not worrying too much about who's behind her. And actually now that she's got Emily Neeson climbing right up behind her, is she going to joker immediately? That might be the way to go, rather than being distracted and slowed. And if she doesn't go, then surely Emily Neeson, who has closed up behind her as Yililami slides out wide. Now then, Yililami surely is going to need to joker, because Neeson has gone by her and won't, so she does. She alternate jokers, drops in there, and she will come out behind Kangasaho and Arvidsson. Jack Arvidsson with the yellow rear wing.
Arvidsson been struggling off the starts this weekend, but going a little better in this one. We've seen a number of times that Jack has been left on the line. Start such a critical element to rallycross races, but also a frenetic affair with the start lights system. Looking up the inside now of Yililami, bit of contact, bit of pace lost.
Now, Kangasaho, who is out front, needs a good run here. He's potentially in the drop zone, 11th after Q1 and Q2. Only the top 12 fast times will go through into Q3, so this needs to really count. Emily Neeson ahead of Jack Arvidsson, and Joanna Yililami. Looks like this is not necessarily going to be quick enough, because the problem is, although the track is evolving generally, they're going on to freshly re-wetted loose, which means that it is likely to be quicker for the next group. And Arvidsson rejoining off the Joker nicely, just keeping the speed alive there. So up in a second, Kangasaho with a comfortable advantage. And that means that he will Joker on the last lap and should still come out in front of Arvidsson. But this might drag Arvidsson up from the tail of the rankings, 18th in both of his Q runs, and unfortunately outbreaks himself there. A little bit of a rookie error. Emily Neeson followed him in, and so Johanna Yililami picks up at least one place. And again, it's not so much the position, it's that she won't have been slowed down by that incident. Here's our leader, Oni Kangasaho, and needs to make it clean. Yililami challenging Arvidsson from behind there, but lost a little bit of time on the loose. Out of the Joker lap, Kangasaho really making this one count properly. So 8th quickest and 15th quickest in Q1 and Q2. Kangasaho, and it looks like this one might be a little more close to 8th quickest than 15th.
And absolutely necessary, Martin, because right on the cusp in 11th overall to make it into the semi-finals later on. So Kangasaho really needed a good time. Sadly for the others in this session, Arvidsson was highly unlikely to have made it, and now won't Yililami also outside of that zone. Emily Nason
she was
equally
as well
at the bottom as well. So that now we need to see how the times play out. If Kangasaho's time gets absolutely smashed by all of the next races, I would suggest that that won't be a semi-final spot. But you've done all you can at that stage, haven't you, by doing the best you can. And I would be surprised not to see Kangasaho in the semis later on.
And again, as we get through Q3 heats, you'll see the faster drivers with tidier lines, more accurate lines. You saw the three of them, Yililami, Arvidsson and Neeson there, falling over each other. But I think that might have been Kangasaho's fastest run so far.
Did a 15 actually, a 3:15 in Q1. That was a 3:19, but the track has just been regraded and a little bit wetter as we see race 2 get going. Pearson with the best of the start in the run to the first corner. Contact though on the inside, the pair on the inside run deep. It's very close on the exit as well.
So Ebba Stromberg, Oliver Lundmark, Eddie Pearson and Anton Manner. And Anton Manner is in the danger zone, as is Eddie Pearson. They're both outside the top 12. Oliver Lundmark actually is 13th as well. So in both of these heats, at least 3 of the 4 need some big results. And unfortunately, tangling at the hairpin and then racing each other as opposed to racing the stopwatch, not helping anybody. So if you're in 3rd there, why did you not Joker? Okay, Anton Manner does from the back. That might be a little irrelevant by the end of this Q3 run. Eddie Jonsson Pearson from Ebba Stromberg. Oliver Lundmark in 3rd, at least has got clear air. But Lundmark the faster of the 2 from behind. And the problem with that, obviously, Hal, is that you're quicker than the car in front, but you are until you get up to them, and then you're only able to go at their pace.
Yeah, it was ever thus in motor racing. It's what did Murray Walker say? It's one thing catching, it's another thing overtaking, and that's similar across all disciplines, especially when the pace is so similar between the drivers, and that's what we really see in these latter qualifying races, that the pace has really sorted itself, unless someone's had a bit of an issue where they've dropped down the order, puncture maybe, a bit of damage, a DNF that's dropped them into an earlier race, as we saw in cross-car in Q2, where 3 of the front runners were in the first of the races. But generally, certainly in the mid-pack, you're racing with people with a similar pace to yourself, and that makes it all the more difficult to get out and run in free air.
Lundmark there had to Joker. Stromberg making that mistake in the Coca-Cola arena and just holding him up as he drifted wide, so made no sense to stick behind him. Had to Joker comes out behind Anton Manner. We'll have to hope that the white machine is quick enough. Manner's jokered at least, so He knows that where he is where he is. It's the final lap. He's not going to be held up by him, so shouldn't work too badly for Oliver Lundmark. Anton Manor hasn't jokered. In fact, he does need to joker still. And Ebba Stromberg, how far ahead? 3.6 ahead. So actually, Lundmark going to be held up a little here by Anton Manor, and that gap to the leader will grow when he doesn't want it to. You can see how much quicker he is on the loose. Not able to make much of a difference on the tarmac. Stromberg jokers, Manor must joker as well, and so with a quick run down towards the final corner, Oliver Lundmark not close enough, and unfortunately I think that extra lap there behind Anton Manor is going to have a detrimental effect on his time as well. He could well have come out ahead of Ebba Stromberg, but it's Stromberg who takes it at the checker with Lundmark behind. 3:18.7, 3:19.1. Well, that might get Oliver Lundmark into the field. Ebba Stromberg was 12th, Lundmark 13th after Q1 and Q2. And this little bit of shoulder charging by Lundmark and Jonsson Persson not necessarily helping anybody. Kangasaho with the fastest time, 19.1. But that has been superseded by all four. Kangasaho's second quickest. So Ebba Stromberg did go faster. Lundmark and Eddie Jonsson Persson have not. So I think Emily Neeson, Jack Arvidsson, Johanna Yililami, Anton Manor are probably out of the equation as we get to the quicker drivers. Jere Huka, Peter Matalamaki in the centre. Sebastian Isaac-Setra with a really strong start and having a little bit less bad fortune than yesterday. Again, speaking too soon, I think. Liam Haag with the white machine, and then Singer Ronaldo, car number 10, really not producing the sort of pace that we saw from him yesterday, I don't think.
Poor start, wasn't it, for Ronaldo on the outside?
Again,
Didn't get it hooked up for whatever reason. There was 3 cross cars on the inside there in the width of a normal car, wasn't there? They were so close together in the run into the first corner. Great job by Isaac-Setra, Matalamaki and Huka to not trip over each other too badly and to live to fight for the rest of the race. Isaac-Setra out front, followed by Matalamaki and Huka. Quite a pace offset in this race. I'd say it's a risk at this stage for Huka to joker, but fortunately for him, Haag went in behind. Ronaldo remains on the standard lap. Ronaldo, as you say, Martin, had good pace this weekend. Clearly had an issue off the start there, but Huka will be hoping that Ronaldo's got good enough pace just to stay ahead enough before he takes his joker.
I think for Huka, Ronaldo needs to joker this lap, actually. Otherwise, Huka's going to be a bit held up behind him. Isaac-Setra and Matalamaki nose to tail.
But for Ronaldo, you'd stay out now. You have to stay out, in my eyes, because if you joker, you're just dropping to the back. If you stay out and these two end up in a fight, there's a potential that you can leapfrog them when you do go in. So I would stay out as Ronaldo. And in fairness, Huka is not catching the young Swede as quickly as he may have done. Ronaldo, of course, on his maiden weekend at this level in the Rallyx series. Lamaki jokers this time around from second. This in part will be to try and cover off Huka behind. Ronaldo does indeed stay out and gets up the inside of Huka into the penultimate corner. Huka gets, Matalamaki gets the rotation done nicely. Huka has a little look at the inside of Matalamaki. Oh, Ronaldo runs a bit wide. Matalamaki goes around the outside of the kink and will have the inside for the first corner. Huka's going the other way. It's a long way around there. Gets the rotation done. We'll look to the inside again. Great job from Huka. Great damage limitation, but ultimately has lost out in that little battle. Matalamaki did a great job of getting past Ronaldo. But that might have been a little bit different. I think Huka should have stayed out another lap longer, really, and waited for the traffic to play out a little bit.
So here's Isaac-Setra. He'll be jokering this lap. Ronaldo will if he makes it round. He's dropped right to the tail of the field there. A
misgear or a problem, I would say. Martin lost a lot of pace on the loose.
I wonder if his gearbox isn't selecting. Huka runs out very wide on the dirt. So easily done there in that bowl of the Coca-Cola curve. And Isaac-Setra clears it nicely. Matalamaki seemingly really on top of the machine today in a way that didn't quite seem to happen yesterday, and Is Etc. seems to have left Saturday's luck behind him. Yerehuka on the podium yesterday in juniors in the final, and he was fourth quickest, a fourth and a sixth fastest run from Yerehuka up until this point, starting with the yellow nose from pole position. And this here, he's left with, do I go inside or do I go outside? And in the end, he had to go kind of outside. That's where he'd committed to, but actually the gap didn't open up quite the way he'd hoped. So Sebastian Is Etc. 3:10.556, and that is a very quick heat indeed. These are the front runners now in the final race of Q3. Ivari Manisto first and second, Alex Antela third and fastest. And they start in the opposite order with Antela on the inside, Manisto with the yellow and white, and then Matthias Toivio. Ania Perämäki, the pink car, won Q2, won his heat in Q2. And Ola Stromberg on the inside.
That is not what Antela needed. Looking at the points gap of 3, he really needs to get out front in this one and hope that Manisto got caught in the traffic if he was to finish as top qualifier at the end of qualifying. Now with a job to do, running second at the moment behind the current TQ position holder. Really needs to get past and hope that others do as well in this one. Manisto's been brilliant this weekend, Martin.
Yeah, really
Took
has.
the clean sweep yesterday, fastest this morning, second fastest in that bit more congested race, but looks on top of the car, really moving it around under braking. That corner is maybe my favourite on the track here actually at Tierp, where the loose gets dragged on over that little kink towards the end. Just a challenging braking area. You're braking and turning, which is never optimal, is it, in a racing car? But Manisto really moving the car around nicely on the brakes. You see that at the end of the straight as well. Very akin to the fastest in cross car, be that Thomas Merstad, Jensen this weekend as well, Svedland, Tree. They all are very good at moving the car around on the brakes, and Manisto is looking very capable this weekend.
Manisto and Antila fastest in one heat each. And actually Manisto fastest. Q1 was a 3:10.9, Q2 3:07.3. So if this reflects that sort of development of the track, then we should be down to 3:05, 3:04s maybe, but so far fastest time, Sebastian Is Etc. 3:10. So anything in single digits will be happily received by these guys. Manisto stays out as Antila jokered on that lap to come out behind Toivio. And behind Stromberg, beg your pardon, ahead of Toivio. So Toivio jokering that lap as well. Perämäki unable to use the joker to really rescue what has, excuse me, not been a great Q3 run for him. Ania Perämäki, 7th in Q1, 4th in Q2. This is close, very close indeed. Stromberg holding up Antila briefly and then over-rotating.
Solid move from Antila, but really not working out, is it, this joker strategy? Manisto goes into the joker for the final time, asking Stromberg will have to follow, but Antila could well have got ahead of Manisto there with the closing speed had the traffic played out a little better.
And once you've committed to your joker based on what you know at the time, then it's what happens, which is entirely out of your control, what others do, that sometimes has that effect.
3:07.3 from Manisto, smashes the best time so far of Sebastian Is Etc. and will guarantee himself the top spot in qualifying. Interestingly, had Antila had a better joker strategy there and come out ahead of Manisto in the run to the finish line on the final lap, it would indeed have been Antila who took the best time. So that's how close it was at the front of junior cross kart. They will start on pole position each in the 2 semi-finals later on today. The top 2 from the final yesterday set to battle it out again later on. Manisto, Antila, Toivio, Perämäki and Stromberg round out qualifying for junior cross car, and we are straight into cross car in Q3.
Certainly are. Bit of a hurry up here. Currently top point scorer Thomas Ikmerstad. And again we have another Manisto, Ida Maria Manisto. She's 14th. So all of these cars in danger of not making it through. Hannes Haag, the white machine, is currently in 11th place. Vettel Tree in the drop zone in 12th after a disappointing start to Sunday for him.
Had an issue in Q1, remember, did Tree, pulled off. So on a fight back. Oh! Contact in the wall.
Wow, now that's the first time we've seen somebody bounce straight into the barriers.
Was squeezed into the wall was Ola Christian. Spilling, and that car has had a heavy impact. Very seldom you see a cross car have a head-on like that with a barrier. The car's right on the racing line. Spilling is fortunately out of the car and clearly fine, running away from the incident, but I would suspect that this might get paused because that car is right in the way. If anything, it's the job of the spotter now to see where the car is and inform the drivers.
Because of course the drivers won't have seen the incident happen behind them, will have no clue as to where he is. But when they get onto the loose, you're pretty unsighted as well by that little gooseneck here.
This in part is what the spotters are for. Ross Malm, the first one to arrive at the scene. They go wide to avoid the car. Okay, the car's not directly on the line, it's just off. Ross Malm, of course, had that huge roll in Q1, having dropped the car on the loose section. This isn't ideal for these drivers in that you just have to be a little bit more wary now through that section, and unlike circuit racing, in Rallycross we're always racing against the clock until the semi-final stages, so you're competing against everyone that's still to come in the session, not just those in the same race as you. Looking at where these drivers are at the moment, Manisto unlikely to make it. Ross Malm, also based on pace so far, was 11th in Q2, has 60 qualifying points. Vettel Tree has 64, so it's possible to get in yet, but it really depends on what goes on around. Haag has 66 points. There's unlikely to be a 6-point swing in qualifying here, although Haag is likely to be very close at the end given the gap of 4.2 seconds as they crossed the line last time around. So this is going to be a tough job for Ross Malm to make it into the semis. Not impossible, but does need to execute massively to try and set a good time and climb up the order.
Well, Spilling had a 10-point advantage over the top 12, but can score nothing here, so that's pretty much
we'll score the lowest points of the session. So we'll score 16-ish, I would suggest, depending on who else retires and when they retire during their races. Ross Malm does everything he can, but it's not enough to beat Hannes Haag, who takes the fastest time and the fastest lap on the last one with a 55.610.
Hannes Haag only 14th out of the 16 cross cars in Q2, but he was 8th in Q1, so
that was a big impact.
That's right into the hard end of the concrete barrier as well. That will properly have rung his bell.
From here, this is just minor contact on the. It wasn't as head-on as I suggested it was, but it was nose against the wall and destroyed the front suspension. And that's going no further. I would suggest. Spilling with not enough so far in qualifying, I don't think, to scrape through, but I could be wrong.
Well, again, you know, sometimes it's in your hands and a lot of time it's not. So you just got to control what you can. Janis Baumanis on the left, your picture. Vettel Tree alongside. And Vettel Tree 12th at the moment. This one has to count. Espanese, etc. will start in the middle of the grid. Jonathan Yililami and Hugo Lundgren are the rest.
So this is the incident. This is they're going side by side. That was a great run up the inside and just left Spilling with nowhere to go. And look at the trajectory of the car, because the angle of the barrier, the car front suspension collapses and just bounces off the wall. Lucky there was actually no one behind them, because you would have bounced straight into the traffic. Had you been in the front of the order, you'd have bounced straight into the traffic there.
Talked about this actually earlier on in Q1 and in Q2. Saw a couple of drivers looking on that left-hand lane in that gooseneck to try and make a pass, and it's very, very tough. I mean, there are no easy passes, are there, particularly on this track, but that was very close indeed to major disaster. But for Ole Christian Spilling, that might be the end of the day. So Hannes Haag with the fastest time.
Oh, got it as well. Head in hands, knows that the implications of that, not only with the and maybe he knows more than we do about the damage on the car, because it was a big impact. Although they are very modular, the cross car machines, clearly that's going to have harmed qualifying points, and yeah, even if they can't get the car done.
It's the points lost, isn't it? And also,
well, but
I don't think he saw it coming. I'm not sure that he even knew there was anybody alongside him until he felt contact. So, yeah. So Barmanis from left to right. Barmanis, Tree, Isaac Secha, Yili Lamy, and Lundgren with the white machine. So Jonas Barmanis, what's he produced so far? Second quickest in Q1, 6th in Q2, so he lies 4th overall. Jonathan Lamy turned yesterday's results on their head. Fastest in Q1, 9th in Q2. He's second right. That's another good launch. He made a really good start in Q2, but then got shuffled back in the pack. Watch the purple car. Again, not quite close enough. Oh, he was close enough to the apex to command the first
big
corner.
Contact in the rear. Vettel Tree suspension broken.
And Janus
front
Barmanis
right had lock. Oh, look at the sparks coming off the front of the speed car. You need to back off a little bit, Vettel, because you're going to go head on into that wall. Just avoids the barrier, but that is well broken, isn't it? Last year's teammate for Vettel Tree, Jonathan Lamy, running out front in this one, and Tree just committed on the brakes into the first corner. He needed to do that to try and climb back up the order, as you say, because it was right on the cusp of not making it into the semis. And now, sadly, for the Norwegian, who's been so fast since the latter stages of last year, is not going to make the semis this afternoon unless there's a huge amount of retirements in the next few races.
Very different from the last time we saw him on Swedish loose in Alspin, where he was right at the front of the field. Jonathan Lamy. Yes, Saturday's Lamy has vanished. Sunday's Lamy is a whole lot faster. Hugo Lundgren second. Espen Isaksecha jokering on that lap to get out from underneath Lamy's exhaust pipe.
We've seen that so often in Lamy's career. Was wildly quick as a junior, was right in the midst of a couple of title battles, stepped up to senior cross car, won several times, having just made the transition, and then went through a period of form where there was brilliance, and then just weekends that weren't really there, and there was never really one element to put your finger on, but sometimes it's just not working for you. And yesterday, I think, was one of those days for Lamy, just didn't quite get the rub of the green, and today has now done a fastest lap last time around of a 54.7, which is the quickest lap overall we've seen in this session. So clearly enjoying driving the car and doing much better than yesterday. So
whether yesterday was mind problems, whether he was overdriving it, or whether the setup just wasn't comfortable enough for him.
Isaac now takes the fastest lap on a 54.6, but Lamy, his best lap is a 54.7.20, and his last lap was a 54.7.50, so the consistency is massively there as well. You don't necessarily need to be the outright fastest if you can consistently be there or thereabouts within a couple of tenths.
This is redemption for Espen Isaksecha, because currently 13th after Q1 and Q2. He needed this to be a good one. It is a good one. It is a good one for Lamy as well. He is going to have the lead over Isaksecha, but not by much, but just enough. They are probably going to be the two fastest runs we've had so far. Hannes Haag is currently quickest, 2:58.570, and this should beat that for time.
Both of them do, yeah. 2:53.9, 2:54.3 for the top two in this race. Lamy takes the win.
And that's redemption for Isaksecha.
Remember, he was the driver on the inside when Hukar rolled in Q1. It was indeed Isaksecha who lost out in the first corner, and this time Vettel Tree came in hot into the first corner, made contact with the rear of Isaksecha. It was actually lucky for Isaksecha not to have more damage from that contact. Got away with it. What a shame for Vettel Tree, who will go no further, I suspect, today. We'll have to see how the qualifying points play out. But Lamy takes the race win, with one race still to go in cross car.
Yeah, so again, you know, if you fail to finish in one of the earlier heats, then there are more cars that are failing to finish. Jonas Balmanis didn't get anything out of that either. So Thomas Mustad with Oliver Lucas Jensen, Erik Steinsholt, Carl Svenlund and Rico Huka, and this is that move down the inside. Vettel Tree actually made contact with the wall with the right before he got to the corner to take off that right front. And because it's not touching the ground as he accelerates out, he's obviously not entirely aware that he's not got steering and or suspension, but at this stage he's very, very aware of it.
I think you know, Martin. I think it's also the frustration of the scenario that makes you continue as a driver. That's a great example of how light these machines are on the front, that three marshals are able to pick up the speed car and wheel it onto the recovery vehicle. But yeah, I think in these cars especially, you'll have felt the damage. You'll know it's there. You can see the wheel. It's right next to you, unlike being in a saloon car. But yeah, the red mist, especially when you're on the cusp of not making the semis like Tree was.
It was a little bit desperation. This was the last chance saloon, wasn't it, for Vettel Tree?
We've all been in that situation in a racing car where you don't want to believe that it's all going horribly wrong.
And again, that's the mental fortitude. So our fastest qualifier, Thomas Mustad. Second fastest, the white car, is Jensen. And then Erik Steinholt, Carl Svedlund and Rico Huka. And Huka ninth, but with the retirements we've had so far, he should be fairly safe as long as he completes it. And actually, this is really the key now for all five of these, is you've got to finish this. You've got to score the points, because there have been some quick runs. Jonathan Yililami currently the quickest. Espen Isaksetra, who was only 13th after Q2, is second quickest, so he's definitely going to make semis. Hugo Lundgren, there's about a second and a half gap back to him in third. But again, Lundgren was down in the second half of the table. He was actually 8th, right at the midpoint. So who gets away cleanly here? Mustad, Jensen, Steinsholt in the centre, the black car Svedlund, but it's Rico Huka. He's got to make this one pay as well. Car number 2 takes the lead. Mustad all the way around the outside.
Oh, what a mess. Huka gets absolutely assaulted on the way into the first corner. Thomas Mustad making ground on the inside. Jensen clear out front. Huka has got going again out of the commentary box window, so you can see him in the background there. Steinsholt, though, drove over the front of Huka's machine. You could see that coming a mile off, couldn't you? On the way down into the first corner, they're all bunching to the inside, and it was a bit of a bun fight. Huka, as you say,
he needed this really badly after that roll at the beginning of Q2.
But is 9th overall, has reasonable qualifying points. Yes, he wants to be as high up in the semis as he can get, but look at the other people that have come into strife. Tree, Haag is 4th overall at the moment, was just inside the cut. These etc. climbed in. Manisto had a good session, but what's the points gap? 66. Okay, Manisto could make it here.
He could do, couldn't he? Mustad jokered on that lap. This has not gone his way. He has been the fastest qualifier so far, with a white car out front. Oliver Lucas Jensen, second fastest qualifier. He was 4th in Q1, second fastest in Q2 to Thomas Mustad.
Mustad can afford to shadow Jensen here with a 7-point advantage.
Oh, and drifting out wide, Steinsholt. Carl Svedlund is going to catch him. Both of them need to joker still. And Jensen jokers now, Steinsholt jokers. Svedlund's going to come out in front of Jensen, which will slow him down. And Thomas Mustad wild as he comes down past the rejoin. That's getting more and more lurid, isn't it?
Big kick in the rear for Mustad over that little jump. So hard to steady the car, but a 54.3, fastest lap of the race so far, was worth it. Mustad so close to the wall there on the inside, Martin, on a big charge, but second of those that have jokered now behind Jensen. Svedlund out front. You can tell he's in the latest specification speed car Wonder, the R with the roof scoop on the top. But this is going to be fascinating to see how this plays out in the overall standings. Huka, meanwhile, is on a huge charge at the back as well, although the lap times are not really there, so clearly damage to the car from that incident. Oh, wide at the top of the hill goes Merstad. Steinsholt up the inside, the two Norwegians battling, losing time versus each other. Svedlund now in the Joker, drops behind the pair of them. Merstad to the inside of Steinsholt with a couple of corners to go. Steinsholt looks to the outside, will try and get to the inside, but Merstad's so good at getting the car rotated. And at the apex, fastest lap of the day for Jensen with a 54 dead on the final lap of qualifying for Crosscar. Hukar does make it to the end. Is that the windscreen gone as long as I have a look at the
I think it was gone in the roll. I don't think it. I think it.
No, it
don't
is,
think it was
it is
there
there.
in Q2.
It's just very clear.
Yeah.
He's got a spoiler on from the Hoffman squad. The Pet Motor squad has clearly given him a spoiler as well after the incident earlier on. We got properly driven over by Steinsholt in the first corner. That was a busy one.
Wasn't it though?
Crosscar always delivers in the action and the pay stakes.
Anik Merstad here, I mean, this is not the final, but that was worthy of being the final. Yeah, quick stuff from Oliver Lucas Jensen.
I think
2:52, a second clear of 1.3 seconds clear of anyone. Thomas Eek Merstad.
And will be enough to take
fastest.
the session. Critically, will be enough to take the session because there was only a 7-point-ish gap between the pair of them.
And Hooker got 11th fastest there, so I think that puts him in. Meanwhile, we started again, open two-wheel drive, here we go. Mikkel Persson with the orange Golf 323, then Matthias Jansen in the white Volvo, and Anton Carlsen in the VW Polo.
So for those of you just joining us, I know there were some questions in the YouTube comments earlier on as we survived the first few corners in this Q3 race for open two-wheel drive. Victor Johansson yesterday had an engine failure in Q3. He did start the final and finish the final indeed.
He did,
under
didn't he?
electric power only. They had removed the entire engine from the Mercedes. He is now headed north to his home in the far north of Sweden to try and effect repairs that'll get him back for Finland next weekend. Will anyone joke at this time around? Indeed, Janssen doesn't. Takes a shortcut through the Joker section as well. That's like a cheat code, isn't it, in gaming? But gets the job done. I'm sure there'll be a penalty for that, I would imagine, unless he makes... well, there'll be a penalty regardless, I'm sure. Anyway, Johansson has gone home. He's hoping to be back next weekend. Simon Tiger had a colossal fire at the end of Q2, repaired all of the singed parts from the engine bay, including wiring loom, various pipes, because an oil pipe had split with only minor damage, but it caused a big fire. Then the engine had lost oil pressure, so they went home, and his teammate Marcus Norman, who returned to Rallyx after quite a period away, also had an oil pressure issue with his Wankel engine. Now, if you go onto the Tiger RX social media, they are running some live videos today. They have made it also back to the far north of Sweden, right near to Victor Johansson's home, and they are trying desperately to get that car sorted for next weekend as well. So I would say in a truck or a bus, it's probably a 10 or 12 hour drive up there from down here near Stockholm, and yeah, big effort from those guys. They've given themselves an extra day to try and be ready. Ultimately, I guess they need to leave Wednesday night, Thursday morning to get to Finland, unless they fancy driving around the top, which I guess from there you do it by road, don't you? You don't go by sea at all. From here, you would travel across the water from Stockholm across to Finland, but I guess from there they do it all by land. I guess they got to leave on Wednesday, but by going back last night, they give themselves a good chance. And of course, there'll be a lot of Finnish drivers in Open Two-Wheel Drive next weekend as well, so it'd be great to have those guys there. It's also great to have Carlsen and Janssen here today, because they didn't compete yesterday and clearly have good pace. Janssen fastest lap of the race so far on a 57.4. Carlsen still yet to joker with a 2.3 second advantage. Janssen runs wide, that won't be helping.
Yeah, that's not going to help them at all. So the Volvo should be ahead at the rejoin, but waiting for a penalty, which might play into the hands of the orange Golf from Mikkel Persson. So it's going to be the Volvo at the line, Matthias Janssen. But if he took an undeserving shortcut through the Joker lap, then I'm sure race control will amend that. He maybe ought to have jokered again just to give himself a penalty.
But needed to beat Persson, because Janssen and Persson were tied on qualifying points, and with no semi-finals for Open Two-Wheel Drive, only 6 will progress to the final. So really the battle here was between Janssen person. Carlson was only 2 points ahead, so that mistake could prove very dear for Matthias Jansen. Ultimately, no penalty at the moment. We'll see if anything comes of that person though. But I would suspect if there's a penalty, it might be 5 seconds or something, because generally there are a quantity of seconds, and I would suspect if there is one, that will mean Jansen, sadly for him, will not be in the final this afternoon.
Unless somebody fails to finish in this one. Linus Vestman on the left, and Eric Lidman, who won Q2. Johnny, who was second fastest in Q2, was he? Third fastest. He was faster in Q1, third from the left. And then Lucas Gabrielsen, yesterday in the slimy conditions, came out on top of the pile, ended up with victory in open two-wheel drive. But in drier conditions, the diminutive Starlet, I mean, just look at it next to a BMW 3 Series, it looks about half the size, and there's a good reason for that. It is about half the size, and that it's not narrow in track, but it's much shorter in wheelbase, which makes it twitchy, easy to revolve. But unfortunately, if it's easy to rotate, then it'll rotate underneath you a little bit more willingly than maybe some of the more stable, longer wheelbase platforms. Everything else is a BMW. So away we go. Vestman gets a good launch. Lidman and Johnny side by side, and Gabrielsen, as ever, getting off the line like a scalded cat, but a monster left front lock up all the way down. He's going to leave him under pressure. Eric Lidman doesn't force the issue in his BMW. It is Linus Vestman with the yellow highlights that leads them onto the loose, ahead of Lucas Gabrielsen.
Lidman did absolutely the right thing there by bailing out of the throttle side by side into that chicane. Will not work. Gabrielsen taking chase to Linus Vestman.
So you'd think maybe from third place, Eric Lidman jokers now to give himself some clear air. He does. And Johnny,
look at the pace of the Starlet over the loose onto the back.
It's insane,
of Vestman.
isn't it?
Vestman was very consistent yesterday, has been consistent again so far today. Went fastest in Q2, lost over in Q1 with some contact. Gabrielsen's such a fantastic driver to watch there. He's so on top of the Starlet. Hasn't actually raced at his home round in Honky for a number of years, so he's looking forward to going to that circuit next weekend. He's done a lot of travelling for Rallyx in the last few years, so nice for him to be at home. Drove in Honky just a couple of weeks ago to get a little bit of testing in.
The amount of rubber this car leaves on the tarmac, particularly around the roundabout as they come off the loose, just ridiculous. Big black stripes. It's so well hooked up. You know, all of this is about coming up with your own car concept. Oh, and talking him into a sweet spot. He rotates in the Joker.
You've got to get that pointing in the right direction and then complete the Joker, because otherwise you'll be penalised for not having done it. We don't see whether...
I think we will do in a moment. I wonder if that was a breakage. That would not be what he needs.
Has indeed been given the Joker marker, but I don't know if that's just because it's alerted the timing screen on the way in. Going again is Lucas Gabrielsen, looking like it's... I think that was just dropping it on the grip change there. Big jump for Linus Vestman in the BMW.
Johnny in second place in his BM. So it's going to be a BMW clean sweep of the top three. And both Vestman and Nee will Joker on this lap. So the pressure from Gabrielsen, fortunately for Vestman, released with that spin last time round for Lucas Gabrielsen. There he is, he's half a lap behind. And Lidman comes through, slots in ahead of John Nee, but not quite enough of an overlap to get to Linus Vestman. So Vestman will take it at the checkered flag from Lidman, with Nee in third, and Gabrielsen really losing time there. Long way back. So 2:59. All three of the top three were quicker than Matthias Jansen in the first qualifying race.
Very hard to tell if anything's wrong with the rear of the Starlet, because looking as we see the spin, looking at Lucas's car out of the commentary box window, it sits so low on its haunches.
Yes,
that
it looks broken to start with.
If a damper was in, I would say, I wonder if there's an issue with the axle, because the wheel looks a bit far back in the arch. But again, very difficult to tell from this angle. but clearly not the result that Lucas wanted. Linus Westman 2:59.4 is massively the fastest time of the session. All of the drivers in this bar Gabrielsen go to the top of the order as we move on to the final qualifying race for Supercar Lights here in Tierp.
Robert Vittels in the black machine looking to keep his perfect weekend alive. A clean sweep, fastest in Q1, 2 and 3 yesterday, and victorious in the final, fastest in Q1 and Q2, but with Pontus Oskarsson with the orange highlights, Matt Cake in the middle. Little bit of a cake in a sandwich. We're mixing our bread metaphors here, aren't we? But through it all safely, Robert Vittels got himself through. Now then, Alexander Lindqvist in the multicolored car in second place, had a chronic misfire in Q2. It sounds better this time. And Kevin Darbach, red and yellow machine, spun out in Q2 and went no further. So for both of them, they need to make this one count.
Cake bailed out of the throttle there in the run to the first corner and chose to go wide. I think ultimately a driver with more experience in this category would have stayed there, because going wide is just not the route to climbing up the order. But with his experience at this level, Matt choosing to take the least risky approach, which is absolutely fair enough.
There's a lot going on with Matt Cake. It's not his car, it's a prize drive. He wants to get as many laps out of it, squeeze all the juice out of this lemon, and having an accident in qualifying isn't going to help him much. He dropped down, he again went very wide in that Coca-Cola arena, dropped back and jokered on that lap. So it is still Robert Vittels out front, Lindqvist and Darbach giving chase. Pontus Oskarsson not really with pace here. 59.3, 58.3, 56.3, hard to read with the sun reflecting on our timing screen, but not quite as quick as the other. Again, Lindqvist running out a little wide. If you're not literally ditch hooking on the inside there, you are going to be in the dusty bit of the track, and that just sends you up onto the loose.
Eric Farren last night in the paddock was a way to wash Robert Vittels' car after the final, but it's barely needed washing this weekend, has it?
That's probably all it needed.
But critically, these cars, all motorsport, all racing cars need looking after, don't they? And that's why you employ a squad like Team Farren to look after it, because it's the maintenance of these vehicles that continue to let them operate at the front. And Vittels is expecting a lot, isn't he? He's just taken 2 tenths off his best lap on lap 2 to set another fastest lap of the session. So Roberts is expecting a lot from the car, and the car needs to deliver. Pontus Oskarsson well on top of his own cross car, owned by his father, that he started racing last year. Really quick this season relative to when he first stepped up to the four-wheel drive. Vittels jokers for this final time of asking, followed by Lindqvist and Oskarsson. Darbach on the inside is going to challenge Lindqvist into the penultimate corner, but I don't think he's going to have enough opportunity on the inside.
Not quite close enough. It'll be Vittels who takes it. Lindqvist second.
Fastest session of the weekend for Robert Vittels in the final qualifier in Supercar Lights. Yesterday through qualifying he delivered amazing consistency as I rifle through the paperwork, but he went quickest of all in Q2 and then even quicker again in Q2. But 2:53.1, he'll be pleased with that because he's looking to maximise every single corner. Teammate for the weekend, Timmy Hansen, helping him along with the data. Solid job from him, and we will see all 5 of these drivers in the final later on today. Vittels, Lindqvist, Darbach, Oskarsson and Matt Cake.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at Cake's car because he went very slowly on the final lap and came very slowly across the line. Wasn't quite sure why. Emil Siversund on the left of your screen, and then Adam Oman, Siversund in the VW Polo, Oman in the FC2 machine. No Tobias Darbach. Now,
that's clearly terminal then, isn't it? Because he missed Q2, did Darbach. Oman
came late to the grid, didn't he?
Oman makes the best start in this one.
Really electrifying getaway.
No, Darbach didn't start at all.
He didn't start
Q2. Oman makes a great launch. They've been struggling with the launches today with the Kjetil Larsen-owned Volkswagen Polo for Siversund. Was wildly fast yesterday on his, and Friday on his debut weekend at this level. Big jump, lands with lock in the steering. The car moves around underneath him, behind Omen at the moment, who won the FC2 final after Siversen was, well, he won the open four-wheel drive and final, sorry, after Siversen was caught in that first corner contact. Siversen has to joker this time around just to get some clear air, and then it's a head-to-head battle between the pair of them. Siversen nails the joker, in fairness, carries good speed through the second of the apexes, and now this is all about Adam Omen trying to get as good a lap together as he can. Per Bjornsson on the radio for Adam Omen will be pushing him on to respond immediately on Drogo's strategy.
Omen 6th quickest in Q1, 10th quickest out of 11 cars in Q2. Didn't have the greatest run. He didn't finish Q2. But Siversen, yeah, not quite where he was yesterday. Lucas Anderson has been fastest from Timmy Hansen and Niklas Gronholm. Siversen 11th and 9th fastest. I wonder whether maybe, although they have reassembled the car after yesterday, they did need to try and straighten the front subframe. I wonder whether it's maybe not entirely as mechanically back together as it ought to be. He does just enough with that earlier joker to get ahead of Omen. So now it's about trying to keep that pace up and get himself further up the grid for the semis or the final. So we know Tobias Darbach didn't start the second qualifying, 7th quickest in Q1, but he's not going to be a factor any further. So Emil Siversen, basically, apart from Darbach, the slowest so far, or the lowest point scorer. At the moment, just ahead of him. What were they? 68 and 70 points. So just a 2-point difference between the two. And then just ahead of Siversen. Polo still looks like it's a very nimble weapon in Siversen's hands. Certainly when he got sideways over the jump, he kept it fully pinned, didn't he? No question at all. Just kept it lit. If in doubt, don't chicken out. 52.8, the fastest lap, and a 2-minute 49.2 for that Q3 run. Compared to, what did he do before? 3:09 and 2:53. So Siversen taking it from Adam Omen. 2:49, so that's 4 seconds quicker than he has gone up to this stage. That's a fairly decent chunk of time and much more representative of where he was yesterday. So we have Ronit Siena on the inside, then Kasper Janssen, Victor Christensen, watch him, he's been a little contact friendly here. Emil Nielsen on the outside, again has been pretty much in the barriers and or broken in every run so
Robert
far.
Cerner gets squeezed into the wall on the inside, Janssen gets spun as well, Nason's in the mix, Christensen makes it through. There was a bit of kerfuffle in the first corner, we'll have to see that again in the replays. Christensen loses the bonnet of his machine. Oh, shame for Robert Cerner, who was parked in the first corner on the outside. Christensen's bonnet coming off would suggest he was the aggressor in that contact. It's always a bit of a telltale sign, isn't it, when you're carrying front damage? So will be interesting to see what happens. Was given a penalty earlier on for contact with Timmy Hansen in the opening corner. And yeah, like I say, we'll have to see some replays. Christensen had come to the inside, hadn't he, in the opening turn. And ultimately it was Cerner who was already in the rear of Kasper Janssen, who lost out badly by getting turned around. You'll see Cerner's car on the outside there. Nason also carrying a bit of damage after that later contact, trying to squeeze through on the inside with Kasper Janssen. Janssen, remember, for those watching the final yesterday, had a wild moment on the outside when he went way too deep. Oh, and now Nason's lost the front bodywork as well, covers the windscreen in the background. We can see that in the back of the shot. Doesn't look like it's covering the screen still. It's just hanging off to the side, which is
just on the driver's side. That's the only bit it's covering.
It's amazing what you can see when the bonnet comes up. You can always, well, almost always find a way through, but clearly Nason's struggling for visibility because he misses the apex there in the middle of the joker section. Janssen, who expected to be delivering so much this year given his outright pace, but it just hasn't worked out for him.
Nason is just, he's doing that on memory, isn't he? He really can't see where he's going at all, and that's going to cripple his speed.
You really rely on the spotter at this stage. I think there's more damage to the car than that as well, Martin, because it's moving around in a horrible fashion.
Yeah, going very slowly indeed.
After a weekend in Holland where there was a lot of respect, I have to say it's been messy here from the open four-wheel drive contingent.
Kasper Janssen giving chase to this man, Victor Christensen. Last lap, Christensen getting to Joker, but a 7.5 second margin over Janssen, so he will be still ahead at the flag, assuming he makes it out of the Joker, which he does.
Just had a message from Shuttle Larson, who says that they're struggling with the anti-lag system on the Polo that we saw in the previous race, so that would explain why the pace hasn't been what it was yesterday. Christensen crosses the line to take the race win in this one, a 2:50.4. Kasper Janssen has got damage over the line. Nason also got damage, and the screen completely covering the windscreen. Now let's have a look back at the start, Martin. I'm most interested to see this angle, and
Well,
the race director will be looking at the car behind here, and ultimately Cerner's got squeezed in. Cerner's done not a lot wrong, I don't think.
No, he had nowhere to go because Kasper Janssen was closing the gap from the outside.
I also don't think...
Emil Nason, I mean, that car's had more front-end hits, I think, than anything.
Christensen takes the victory, and...
Well, that's one for the steward's office. Luckily, we don't have to decide that kind of stuff.
Yeah, indeed. So, fastest time so far is at Siva Sinsdorp because of the messing around in that one, a 2:50.4 for Christensen.
Just ahead of Adam Oman.
49.2 for Siva Sind in the previous race.
Yep, so Christensen second, Adam Oman third, and then Kasper Janssen fourth, and Emil Nielsen and Romit Turner. There's, I mean, that gives you a very good indication of what the front of these cars look like. It's basically a firewall with everything attached to it, and then a tube frame out the front. I agree with you. I don't think the bonnet covering the windscreen was all of the issue. Didn't hurt, didn't help. And of course, because you're strapped into the seat so tightly, you can't lean to any angle at all to look around it. If there's nothing visible, you can move your head maybe 5 or 6 centimetres total. And Romit Turner got as far as the first corner, and contact with the wall, he was squeezed. Pressure from behind, pressure from the car of Janssen coming in from his left, just left him in the wall with absolutely no chance of escaping it. So Tobias Darbach didn't start qualifying 3, and Romit Turner barely started Q3. Emil Nielsen given a finish, but again, increasing amounts of work on that car. He's had a few head-ons this weekend. And you can tell that he knows it needs work, because he's doing everything he can to drive it straight back to the team without waiting for rescue or anything else, because he knows that time is going to be at a premium. Tyre walls being moved back into their allotted position. Romit Turner, I guess we're guessing a suspension arm or a steering arm. Probably not an awful lot more than that. At least from this side. And from our window, that's the side we can see as well, the side the camera's showing you. So everything could be missing on the left-hand side, the driver's side, and
no, you can see the front,
hard to tell.
The front right suspension's collapsed, hasn't it? So I guess it's just broken the joint on the bottom wishbone, I would imagine. Potentially steering arm as well, but I'm sure the MSC boys will have that fixed up pretty quick.
Again, it's not like they've not been there before.
And that's the thing with these cars, as we said yesterday, much like a cross car, the supercar lights concept now morphed into the FD series, so modular, so it is possible to repair these elements. Kenneth Hansen, I was chatting to in the paddock last night, they were enjoying the fact that although Timmy had big damage from the final, the parts are available in the paddock. You can go to the parts truck and basically buy what you need on demand, so you're not having to carry all the spares with you. And yeah,
makes life an awful lot easier, doesn't it? Whereas if you're in open two-wheel drive, the parts are literally what you've brought with you.
Yeah, and then on Monday you've got to go back to the machine shop and start fabricating to replace whatever you've broken.
And that's the joy and the challenge of it for open two-wheel drive competitors. They love the engineering side of it.
Oh yeah, I know that only too well. It's part of the passion, isn't it?
Well, you're doing that with a supercar as well, so you know. You really are. What's the phrase I'm looking for? Glutton for punishment seems appropriate, but a little too hard. Dedicated enthusiast. There we go.
I'll take it.
Timmy Hansen, Nicholas Gronholm, Lucas Anderson, and Ollie Eriksson. And Ollie Eriksson hasn't had much of a run in qualifying. He's going high, wide, and handsome around the outside as the two fastest, the teammates, and he's going to make that work at some stage. Maybe not this week or this year, but he is going to make that work.
Gets squeezed into the wall on the outside as Ollie Eriksson by Nicholas Gronholm. I was looking out of the commentary box window, and the closing speed of Ollie Eriksson towards the wall on the outside was massive. And there must have been a moment where he thought this is not working, but indeed it got him ahead of Lucas Anderson, who has been fast so far today. Fastest though in Q2 was Timmy Hansen, who went quickest overall in Q3 yesterday, and he's right where he needs to be in Q3 here. Change of decision in the background for Ollie Eriksson, who was going to follow Nicholas Gronholm in, decided not to. That's exactly what I was talking about through qualifying so far. Lucas Anderson backs the car in to the penultimate corner, just keeps it out of the wall, but great tactical decision by Ollie Eriksson. Okay, you lose a bit of time, but you're not going to get bulked behind someone who's already been in the Joker.
Lucas Anderson's first qualifying run was a second quicker than the best time of Timmy Hansen in Q2, and so he just has the advantage on points. Timmy fifth and fastest, and Lucas Anderson first and third quickest. And again, Anderson, the tail of the car, so close to the barriers there. Wow. That was nearly a very sizable impact. Ollie Eriksson in third place, but yet to Joker because he didn't follow Nicholas Gronholm in. Now he does Joker, but he lost so much time with that change of mind that he's going to be some way behind Gronholm.
Hansen is flying out front, 52.4 last time around.
Well, that's only 1.8 seconds quicker than Anderson behind him. Crikey, that's
52.9 is Anderson's best, 2.2 now the gap. Anderson clearly found his groove in this FC2 machine.
And so is Nicholas Gronholm. 52.4 was his best lap last time round as well, after jokering on lap 1. So Hansen will joker this time round, as must Anderson. Watch the gap from Anderson back to Ollie Eriksson. It's about 2.8 seconds, so that might not be enough. You can see Eriksson closing in on Gronholm.
And Timmy Hansen really needs someone to get in the middle of the pair of them here. Gronholm right on the rear of Timmy Hansen, but that's perfect for Hansen if he wants to finish as top qualifier, because Anderson needs to drop a little bit further down for Timmy to be TQ. They cross the line. Hansen on a 2:47 takes 2 seconds off the best time of Siversen so far. So another fastest time for Timmy Hansen. Lucas Anderson in the JC Race Technic machine is a 2:49. So we'll also 2:49. Yeah, this is going to be close for top qualifier. I think Hansen may have just taken it. But look at Ollie Eriksson around the outside, just kept out of the wall. And it nearly worked on Nicholas Gronholm as well.
The key here, I think, is this change of heart for Ollie Eriksson, because that loss of time right there meant that on the rejoin of Lucas Anderson, look how close, look how far Eriksson is behind, out of the top of the shot. Don't watch Gronholm and Hansen, close though that is. Watch Anderson now and Eriksson as they come into shot. Eriksson was almost there, getting by Lucas Anderson, just not close enough, and that might well mean that Lucas Anderson is he third fastest behind Timmy Hansen and Nicholas Gronholm, and actually he's fourth fastest behind Nicholas Gronholm and Emil Siversen, so that might mean that Timmy Hansen is our top qualifier. Well, dramatic stuff again, and as ever, qualifying is not just about pace. It's not about who's out front. It's how you judge both of those and keep your pace up, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. You've got to be in the mix. You've got to survive the first corners, and you've got to execute the Joker strategy as well. Right, we're off for a quick break. We have the semi-finals coming up at 14:10 local time, so 16 minutes,
Yep.
and we'll be right back with the semi-finals.
Welcome back live to Tierp Arena here in Sweden, where we are ready for the semi-finals to get underway. We start with Cross Cars Junior. Martin Haven and Hal Ridge ready to enjoy the action with you. It's been very close again in Cross Car Junior this morning throughout qualifying, and most of the names you expect to see at the top of the pile represented here. First of our grids getting ready to go. So Cross Car Junior semi-final 1. Manisto and Matalamäki ahead of Toivio and Hukka, where Hukka finishing third in yesterday's final, and Haag and Stromberg making it on to the back of the semi-final grid. So very Manisto among the fastest qualifiers. Watch from row 2 of the grid. Third position, Matthias Toivio, with that tantalising gap between the front row starters, which has seen so many of our semis and our finals get underway, with the third fastest qualifier inserting themselves between the front row men, or front row drivers. So let's see how we go. Iveri Manisto, Pito Matalamäki on the front row. Then 66, Matthias Toivio and Jiri Hukka with the yellow nose. Hukka not getting a good start. Toivio did, but not enough. It's Manisto from Matalamäki and Toivio in third. Hukka battling for fourth place with Ebis Stromberg and Liam Haag at the back. And it is Manisto who holds the lead. Contact, Stromberg and Haag. So we're down to 4 then. Toivio under pressure from Hukka, but Hukka not making up any places from the grid so far. 5 laps in this first of 2 semi-finals, freshly watered, loose for them. They have been out grading and sweeping, so hopefully the transition should be a little cleaner than they were at the end of Q3. As Iveri Manisto from Pito Matalamäki, a big slide from Jiri Hukka.
Haag lost out badly in the first corner, bailed out the throttle. The dust still flying despite the damp and loose surface section. Big jump for Manisto at the end of the lap, but has clearly got Matalamäki covered in this one. Manisto absolutely been the class of the field so far this weekend. A full clean sweep yesterday, 59.4 the opening lap for Manisto, who backs it into the first corner on lap 2 of this semi. We wanting to build a margin just to be safe. Never mitigate for punctures or mistakes, so you want to push as hard as you can. And Martin, I'm sure it's the case in your world in endurance racing that sometimes when you're not pushing as hard as you might, that's when mistakes creep in. So especially for someone like Manisto, the best way to go forward here is just to stay absolutely flat out. Under pressure to a degree from Matalamäki behind, although has Matalamäki covered, but really you want to, and a mistake there for Manisto at the top of the hill, but regardless of the pressure, you do want to stay on it, don't you? Because that's where your focus is.
100%, and that's exactly what he's got to avoid, is putting himself under too much pressure. Hukka now jokers, he'll drop behind Haag, which is not going to help him at all. Haag not as quick, and Manisto...
Haag has jokered as well, actually, Martin, so that's helped Hukka in his quest to be in the final this afternoon. Now this is all about Hukka trying to catch at least Toivio, who is at the back of this trio, some way off the leading pair. Matalamäki's coming back at Manisto now for the lead. Took 0.3 of a second off him last time around, so it's close between the two Finns. Such a strong Finnish contingent in junior cross car this weekend, but next weekend it'll be even bigger.
It is about third place though, and Toivio currently in third, over 4.5 seconds ahead of Jiri Hukka. So Hukka's got to hope that he can close on Toivio enough to make up that overlap, because that might not be enough to give him the advantage having jokered earlier. So Toivio, does he joker this lap from third place? Yes, he does. Look like maybe a slightly late choice. There's Toivio, here comes Jiri Hukka. It's going to be tight. Hukka with more speed. He's going to get through. Has the inside line. Just gets
Great
the cover
move.
done. As long as he doesn't over-rotate, he does a little, but that is just enough to take the inside line. And that is a proper 3-corner block pass. And he had to get that right, didn't he, Jiri Hukka, to stand a chance of making it through to the final. Top 2 lead with 2 to go, including this one, but they still have to joker. It's slightly academic. They are going to make it through, but Ivo Manister will want to be in front to peak to Matalamaki, so Matalamaki pretty much, has he got enough? Yeah, 5.9 seconds ahead of Hookah. Of course, he won't know that. But if the leader doesn't choke at this lap, the very sideways Matalamaki, beg your pardon, that was Toivio. Matalamaki will, but the leader does choke her, so Matalamaki continues. And will try and somehow overcome that disadvantage. So now this is a straight fight. Gloves are off. Hookah or Toivio is going to go through it to the final. They both know the deal. They both know they've jokered. They both know it's down to them, unless one of the others makes a mistake, and you can't allow for that.
Brilliant blocking, as you say, from Hookah through that penultimate corner. Just sat the car in the right place. Look at the amount of dirt on the front of Tovio's machine, which is indicative of how close Tovio has been to the back of Hookah. But up front, Matalamaki with the Joker still to deal. We've seen so much this weekend, Martin, that the offset of being on the standard lap, taking that earlier Joker, meaning that you carry the momentum down towards the penultimate corner, is so valuable. And having the racing line, the gap of course is not good enough for Matalamaki anyway, as we'll see Manisto on the right of your screen carrying the pace down into the final couple of corners. Very wet in the braking area there, but it's sunny here this afternoon and very windy, so that will dry quicker than it did yesterday for sure. Big pressure for Hookah here in the final couple of corners. Tovio is all over the back of his compatriot, looking for a way through, but it's not going to be in the run to the line. Jere Hookah takes the final spot in the final, in semi-final number one. Manisto and Matalamaki also go through unseen by us because we were watching that battle. What a great job by Hookah to salvage a final spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Did what he needed to do when he needed to do it. Runs wide around the first corner. The battle was always between him and Toivio after the two guys from row 3 collided, and this was the telling moment. He absolutely had to just send it. If he'd been even remotely tentative there, Toivio would have been able to cover him off. And again, Toivio made a couple of attempts right on the last lap even to get around him. It just didn't happen. So Manisto, Matalamaki and Hookah go through. Toivio, Haag and Stromberg will be watching the final from the sidelines. And our second fastest qualifier, Alex Antila, with Sebastian Isaac-Setra on the front row of the grid. Then Matalamaki and Stromberg, Ronaldo and Kangasaho on row 3. And in theory, it should be the top 3 that go through, but watch the pink machine of Perämäki. Makes a good start, Minea Perämäki. Hasn't always been the case. Who did not leave the grid? I think that was Kangasaho.
Contact in the rear from Ronaldo. Just didn't get the braking done on the way down into the first corner.
Isaac-Setra leads from Antila. So Antila, the fastest qualifier, did not get the advantage there away from the line. And Sebastian Isaac-Setra seems to have left yesterday's misfortune behind. Alex Antila in second, Minea Perämäki in third place. So who jokers now? Well, in fourth place, you'd think Stromberg's got to, because he's absolutely in the wheel tracks of Perämäki. Perämäki drifts out a little wide. Stromberg does joker. And Perämäki will be would have hoped that both cars behind, it's now Sigur Ronaldo in fourth place, might have jokered on that lap, but they were never going to logically do the same thing. And Perämäki closing up on the leaders now, so making this a little three-way battle. What's that? They're covered by just about a second on track. Isaac-Setra, Antila and Perämäki. Then a little second and a bit back to Ronaldo. Stromberg and the slow starting Kangasaro. Over the jump, landing four square, but this is the kicker here. It's that big berm as you get onto the second section of that loose strip that really throw the cars sideways. And again here, if you haven't got your nose right in the ditch as you come into the Coca-Cola arena, you are drifting out wide onto the dirtier part of the track. This time Perämäki does take the joker. He's going to come out behind Ronaldo, but ahead of Stromberg. Just about ahead of Stromberg, not by much, but that's all it takes. As we go back to the leaders, Isaac-Setra and Alex Antila chasing Sebastian Isaac-Setra. Neither is Accecha have exactly had an easy weekend. There's been a lot of challenges for the family. Siga Ronaldo still in third. Oh! And that is Antela with a major issue. What did he hit? He's broken the steering. Did he clip the apex? He is out.
Oh, you can see how frustrated he is in the car as well. Head nodding in frustration. Was second yesterday. Antela almost took the top qualifier position, but only to be pipped by Manisto in that final session. Nearly on Joker strategy got it, did Antela, but you're right, Mark, and something broke front right, didn't it? And just couldn't get it turned in or stopped. Now then, the chicane.
Now it comes down to Ronaldo, who hasn't jokered, Peramaki and Stromberg. And Ronaldo...
Yeah, Ronaldo's out of it, isn't he?
He's
just too close. He's going to get gobbled up by the two behind.
Well, they're catching him now. So is Accecha with all the time in the world, and again, cannot lose focus, because that's when it all goes completely pear-shaped. I mean, he can't actually see anybody in the mirrors there as he's coming down the drag strip straight, because by the time he's focusing on the braking, they're still not in sight.
Stromberg must be thinking, oh, this could be my opportunity to pounce here. With Peramaki just getting a little bit held up behind Ronaldo. Ronaldo on his debut weekend at this level. You can see Antela's car stuck there in the wall on the outside, starting to get out of the machine now. Shame for him, but we'll be looking to regroup next weekend at his home round in Honkayoki. No such problems for this young charger in Etc., who is absolutely flying out front into the joke. You can tell by the dust cloud. We're watching the battle for second. Ronaldo goes in, releases the two behind, and that, barring any disaster for the top three, will be those that progress. But this is Rallycross and anything could happen over the next lap and a bit. Yeah, well, Alex Antela proved that. I didn't actually see him tag an apex on a concrete wall. He might have done. It might just have been a legacy of contact earlier on, or damage from qualifying, who knows. There's Minea Peramaki in second, Ollie Stromberg right behind in third, but here is our that's not Isak Secha, that's Isak, it is Isak Secha. There's the race leader. So Sebastian Isak Secha clear and out front, the Norwegian. Peramaki the Finn in second, Stromberg, top Swede in third, and Siga Ronaldo, his only hope of now getting through into the final is if one of the cars in front of him has an issue. Not sure what happened to Oni Kangasaho, just a long way back. We've barely even seen him in a long shot. Didn't get off the grid. I wonder if he's struggling with the gearbox. That would seem to be possibly the weakest link in the entire chain. So Isak Secha, jokered on the last lap, still comes across the line, comfortably clear of Minea Peramaki and Ola Stromberg. And that was a 5:08.8 compared to 5:08.2 of Manisto. So Ivarin Manisto will be on pole position with Sebastian Isak Secha alongside him for the final. Isak Secha, third from the left, making a really strong start. Okay, and that's where Ronaldo was lucky to get away with that.
Really was, yeah. Up the back of Peramaki. And Antela here, yeah, already at that stage, the brake's locked on. That's why it's smoking, the brake has locked.
I still think there's something broken rather than just being a brake issue.
But the wheel should still rotate, but that was like a massive lock-up, although he was under throttle out of the hairpin, so... All right, well, there we go. That is the sad end to the afternoon's activities for Alex Antela. Oni Kangasaho and Siga Ronaldo will also be watching the final from the sideline. Sebastian Isak Secha will be on the outside of row 2, outside of row 1, outside of row 2 for Minea Peramaki, and outside of row 3 for the final qualifier, Ebert Stromberg. So, be a brief pause. The car is recovered. Trying to find a neutral. Yeah, no, so it is. Okay. Something definitely astray with the right front.
Something's wrong. There's a remote diagnostic suggests that all is not well.
Something's not good. And also, of course, accelerating up towards that chicane, which you know is tyres surrounding concrete walls. That's getting your attention in a heck of a hurry. So Cross Car Juniors done. Cross Cars will be next up. And our two semi-finals will be led by Thomasik Mustard in the second of the semi-finals, and Oliver Lucas Jensen, the pole position sitter in the first of them. So do expect to see them alongside each other on the front row of the cross-car final, but of course everything has to go according to plan. And as Alex Antela, our second fastest qualifier, will tell you, that is not guaranteed. Okay, so here we go. Jensen and Jonathan Yililami on the front row. Janis Baumanis with the Latvian colours on row 2, and Hugo Lundgren alongside Hannes Haag, the red and white, third row of the grid, and then Rikke Hukka with the yellow nose, 6th. The Hukas have struggled a little more today, Hal, than they did yesterday. They seem to be flowing a little bit, both of them, in cross-car junior and in cross-car.
Well, Riku wasn't helped by being rolled in turn 1 in the first qualifier, and then having the collateral bodywork damage later on. Got spun as well, didn't he, in Q3, so lucky to make it through.
Yeah, really, that was proper skin of the teeth, wasn't it? I think there was a point or two in it. So revs rise, Jensen the white machine, Yililami gets the nose up nice and early. Very good start from Jonathan Yililami. Really turned around yesterday's form. Is he going to have the lead? He's still got Jensen inside him, but Yililami shuts the door around the outside. Goes Baumanis. So the Latvian is in third. Hukka battling for 4th place.
Best start of all by Rikke Hukka from the back of the pack, was actually level with the 4 wide dash to turn 1 on the outside, but at that stage there's nowhere to go. Wasn't able to turn in across the nose, didn't have that much of an advantage, and is dropped to 5th position at the moment, but does have great pace in his speed car. All of the machines in this semi are from the speed car manufacturer, and I would suggest Hukka will joker early here if the option presents itself. Yes indeed, Hukka goes straight in ahead of Haag, and now it'll be all about keeping your eyes forward, head down, trying to close the gap to those ahead, and hope that these top 3, top 4 end up in a bit of a battle. Baumanis loses a bit of time there mid-corner in the penultimate turn.
Yeah, Baumanis ahead of Hannes Haag, and for Rikke Hukka jokering early, it is the speed of Hugo Lundgren, the white car in 5th place, that might be the deciding factor. If he catches him too soon, then he might be in trouble. So the other white car is Jensen chasing Yililami, Jonathan Yililami. Oh, and pulling off, and that is absolutely what Rikke Hukka needed. Hugo Lundgren pulling off out of 5th position. So he's gone straight back to the paddock. His day is done, but that opens the door for Rikke Hukka. He will now have a clear track in front of him for the remainder of this semi-final.
Jensen jokers, as does Baumanis. This is all about trying to cover off Rikke Hukka behind, who is flying. You can see the blue and yellow machine on the standard lap. Doesn't have enough, has been caught in a bit of that traffic, and now Hukka needs to produce some kind of brilliance with his multicoloured machine now, sharing bodywork from other teams in the background. Up front, Yililami's come alive today after struggling yesterday in the first round here at Tierp. I don't think Hukka's going to be able to get this done, Martin, unless something happens to those up front. Meanwhile, Yililami, the other Finnish driver in this race, is absolutely flying. Is now 3.2 ahead of Haag, with his joker yet to do for both of them.
It's like they're all in cross-car junior machines and he's in the cross-car. He's absolutely a light. Haag in second, Jensen in third, and you're right, they jokered early enough to cover off Hukka. So he's stuck now, but in fact he's not even making any ground on Baumanis. Haag jokers now, Yililami still to joker, and he's going to come back in front of Hukka by not much, but by enough, just enough to get the door closed. So Hukka still in 5th place with only the leader left to joker, and the leader might actually not lose the lead if he leaves it to the last lap to joker as well. So Rikke Hukka seems highly unlikely to make it through. Today has not been his day.
So indicative of how competitive this cross-car arena is, isn't it? That Hukka won yesterday, and he's just been unlucky today with a couple of incidents, and then has the ultimate pace, there's no doubt about that, but just can't make it work because you need a big pace offset, don't you, to try and make up a lot of ground, and when they're all within a couple of tenths, half a second, it's very difficult to make ground quickly into the Joker for the final time goes Yıldırım. Everyone else in this race has been into the extra route, and now he'll have an entire lap to run at the front. Sensible decision, had enough of a gap. You don't want to risk a mistake that then drops you out of having the advantage on track, and clearly feeling confident that he can hold off Jensen for the final tour.
Well, everything we've seen of him today, if it was yesterday, then you'd be questioning Jensen as well yesterday. Both of them have turned their weekend around. Jonas Barman's pretty much where he was yesterday. He'll be on the back row of the grid for the final at this rate, but Hannes Haag holding off Riku Huka. And Riku, it was a long shot, wasn't it, from the back row of the grid, and through no fault of his own, he didn't bin it, he didn't drop it.
Smoke coming from the back of Yıldırım's Carlo Martin. It could not be all over yet. Is there a problem for the Finnish machine?
Or did he just lock it up coming?
No, it was on the throttle.
Area?
It was on the throttle, I think, coming into that long right-hander. Under big pressure from Jensen. Has they got a problem with the cross car at the front of the order? Yıldırım gets in the throttle, drives to the line and does indeed take the victory, but under big pressure towards the end. Jensen finishes second by half a second, fastest lap of the race for Jensen as well while he was in the hunt. Huka though, who was a big part of the story in that one, couldn't get it done. Watch Huka's start. The blue and yellow machine on the outside just avoids a wheelie. We saw so often in the past Huka pulling wheelies on and off the brakes there on the outside. Can't really tell so much from that angle, but Huka really was close to being able to turn in at the front. Couldn't make it work, and ultimately won't be in the final today. Yıldırım, meanwhile, held on at the front. Guess we'll never know what that smoke was without popping down into the paddock to find out, and does indeed take the race victory.
She's got a loose mudguard flapping, or whether it was
could have been tyre
that.
smoke, yeah.
Could have been. Tomasik Mustard and Erik Steinsholt, Carl Svenland and Espen Isaksecha, Matthias Edlund and Ole Christian Spilling making it onto the back row of the grid. This should be Tomasik Mustard's, but again, a shocking start from the Norwegian. I mean, really appalling start from Norwegian. Is he going to be last out of the final corner from pole? Very nearly. The inside line works for him, so he's back up to fourth.
Steinsholt into the lead up front, ahead of Ease, etc. As far as Steinsholt drops it, he's lucky to be avoided by the entire pack. Puts the car up on two wheels and he spins through 360 degrees. Ease, etc. though at the front of the order. Steinsholt gets going again. In the background, Svedland is all over the back of the race leader, as well as we get halfway through this opening lap.
That's ridiculous. How did they avoid Erik Steinsholt? And that's the end of it for Tomasik Mustard.
What a nightmare season Mustard's having at the moment. It made a mistake in Holland late on. Issues yesterday as well. Now retires from this semi-final.
Wow.
Just what you don't want as the reigning title winner after putting so much work into winning the Cross Car Championship last season. It has been a good day so far though for the Ease, etc. family.
Yeah, much better than yesterday. Carl Svedland second, Ole Christian Spilling third, as Matthias Edlund has jokered.
Remember, Spilling was the one that had the crash right here earlier on when I think it was Steinsholt went up the inside and hit the barrier just as we're passing at the moment with Ease, etc. and Svedland. So brilliant job from Spilling's team to get the car back out for the semis. Not long at all between Q3 and the semis here at Tierp. This busy day of action for the second of two rounds.
It didn't look like it took a big hit, but
into
it
the
took a
Joker
hit.
for Svedland. This is to try and get the pace and get the overlap on Espenese, etc. in this one.
Spilling and Edlund, so Edlund goes ahead of Spilling. Spilling joking on that lap as well, so Edlund with the Swedish colours up to third place. Is etc. yet to joker, so Svedland in second has jokered. Spilling gains on Edlund gains on Spilling with the advantage there, so Edlund there with the Swedish colours in third place, also trailing a mudguard. Mudguards are service items, aren't they? Basically, if they survive one heat, that's pretty much as you'd ask from them. And Espenese, etc., like Sebastian in Cross Car Junior, having a wholly different Sunday to the day they had on the greasy surface on Saturday, because qualifying went well for both of them, but the racing did not so much. Espenese, etc., leading from Carl Svedland, and then third place battle. Svedlund getting ahead of Isak Secha on the Joker. Isak Secha didn't have enough to cover it off, so he's going to have to make the move now.
Great job for Svedlund, one of the rising stars in Rallycross overall, opens the door but does carry the momentum through those first couple of corners. Fastest lap of the race so far on a 54.2 for Svedlund, the JC Race Technic driver who took the junior title last year. Wasn't sure if he would continue in Rallycross this season, had a look at rallying and then decided to come into cross car, and has been a real revelation. Look at the confidence as he rotates the machine into the left-hander there before the long right. Look how much rubber's down there in the velodrome section as well.
I was looking at the drops of water on the camera lens with a little bit of worry because we've not had rain forecast. It may just have come up, been spat off the track, but it seems unlikely.
Bring it on.
So yeah, exactly. You're not paying for any of the damage this time. Svedlund from Isak Secha, 1 to go. So Isak Secha's not going to get this, is he? Svedlund actually with the wiper on now. Whether he's turned it on by mistake in a flurry of arms and elbows, or whether that's deliberate, who knows? Not sure that it actually needs a wiper yet, even in these conditions. And there is Edlund in third, but Svedlund driving himself onto the front row of the grid for the final. He's got half a lap to go, and Espen Isak Secha has got no answer. He's not matching him for pace. He's about 6/10 off in terms of lap pace from Carl Svedlund. It's fantastic stuff from the Swede. The Norwegian, there was 2 Swedes, 4 Norwegians in this semi. Only one of them will progress, and it will be Espen Isak Secha, with Carl Svedlund heading to the checkered flag and the front row of the grid. Matthias Edlund, courtesy of that earlier Joker strategy, really made it pay, got himself in clear air, and he should emerge in third. He does, ahead of Ole Christian Spilling. But for Thomas Eek Mørstad, what a disaster there. He started on the left-hand side of your picture from pole position. First, second, third, he's going up nicely through the gears. And then the big spin from Erik Steinsholt. And Mørstad almost stops dead there. So...
Such a weird place to drop the car, that, isn't it? Because you're beyond the throttle again at that point. But looking at the time, of course we didn't see Steinsholt again in the session. Lost 17 seconds. Was best lap was a 55.3 over a 54.1 for Svedlund. So I'd say the pace was there or thereabouts. So clearly it wasn't an irreparable issue for the Norwegian. But yeah, odd to drop the car at that point. Svedlund takes the victory and joins. Who won the first one?
Manisto on the front row. Matalamäki will be on row 2 with Isak Secha. Too many consonants on that row. Matthias Edlund and Jere Huka will be row 3 of the final.
That's junior cross car for...
I beg your pardon, yes, of course
below.
it is.
So my new brain has already forgotten what happened in the first one.
No, it's all going too far, isn't it? Too fast. So moving on now into open four-wheel drive. So, Timmy Hansen.
Yulalami, of course, Yulalami won the first.
Thank you, well done.
I've been standing there looking out the window thinking, where's my brain gone? But it's been a long weekend of Rallycross, and we've got the finals still to go.
Right, so now this could be carnage. Timmy Hansen, Hansen and Anderson have had contact every time out, pretty much. Ollie Eriksson, desperate to make a good start. Is Eriksson going to send it round the outside again? He's been rehearsing that. He's been clean. He's
not
been
from that spot on the grid.
Finding how dirty it is.
He gets a brilliant start relative to Oman because he's in the middle. It's Christensen and Hansen that had the contact earlier on, so I think Anderson is far more experienced.
All right, away we go. Yellow nose, yellow and black of Ollie Eriksson getting alongside down the inside now. Oman going high wide, and Hansen around the nose of Hansen as Eriksson gets turned around.
Eriksson has absolutely no fortune in this category. Lucas Anderson gets up the inside of Nason out of the second corner into the chicane. Important for Lucas Anderson to get that ground back. Oman, though, amazing start and a great move around the outside as everybody else bunched up to the inside. Timmy Hansen finally to the front of a race where he hasn't been collecting the rear, much like Q3 in fairness. But what a brilliant job, Madam Oman, who runs wide through the long right-hander.
I think if it had been anybody other than Hansen or maybe Grönholm, then Oman would have led that, wouldn't he? That was and that was the move that Ollie Eriksson was trying in qualifying every time around the outside and avoiding trouble. Is there trouble there? I think there might be.
No, I think Anderson just jokered and was a bit out of shape coming into the left-hander, the penultimate corner on this Tierp lap. Almost on the back now of Nason. You can see Ollie Eriksson in the background. Poor Ollie Eriksson getting rotated into the wall in turn 2.
Of course, now I realise why I don't recognise Nason's all-black car, because it's not all black anymore, because it's got brand new front end from All Comers and the parts truck and everything else.
Remember, he had the bonnet up across the screen as he drove back to the paddock.
The only thing ahead of the firewall were the wheel arches, or the wheel arch liners. So Timmy Hansen leads from Adam Omen. Is Omen going to joker now? No, he's going to stay out, and he needs to, doesn't he? Or he's going to drop behind these two, Emil Nason and Lucas Anderson.
Nason is on a wild ride again. Is very comfortable moving that car around a lot. See again, just clips the tyre wall on the inside. Has big pressure from Lucas Anderson. This isn't helping Anderson's cause if he wants to chase down Omen for second row slot in the final this afternoon. Nason, of course, being run as part of a much expanded programme this season. I wonder if there's something wrong with one of the dampers on that car, because it's hopping around in a way that the FC2 does not do usually. Omen ahead, still yet to joker. What's the gap from Omen to Anderson? Is about 3.5 seconds.
Not enough yet.
Anderson really needs to try and close the gap. Omen, I would say, struggling for pace a little bit relative to Anderson in the background. Timmy Hansen, though, is clear out front at the moment.
Last lap, Omen was quicker than the two chasing cars, 53.3 to 53.5.
Nason releases Anderson now. That's exactly what Lucas Anderson needed
and
if he wants to try and get ahead of Adam Omen. Ollie Eriksson closing. Ollie Eriksson all out of shape over the jump, and he's dropped it. We cut away just at the wrong moment as Eriksson got all out of shape into the wall. Ollie Eriksson's day just going from bad to worse. Anderson, though, now hot on the heels of Adam Omen in a bid to make the second row of the final. He won't be able to do anything about Timmy Hansen, I don't think. The gap, 6.5 seconds to Timmy Hansen, so nowhere near enough. Hansen with the fastest lap of the race so far as well, on a 52.3, a 52.5 he did last time around. You can see visually from the drone shot there just how far behind Anderson is from the race leader, but it's a real opportunity to finish second here when Omen does go into the joker in the background.
He does now. This is going to be very tight. Anderson coming with steam. Omen with not enough speed to shut the door. Yes, he does. Wow, that was tight.
Very closely related, these two teams. Per Bjornsson from JC Race Technique is helping the Omen squad, spotting for Adam Omen. Lucas Anderson losing that time in that battle with Nason didn't help him at all.
And the great work from the spotter to get Adam Omen to joker there. Another lap might have been too late. There was about an inch to spare. Timmy Hansen still to joker on the last lap. Now starting to look like he's been driving this car all his life, whereas in fact he's been driving it all weekend. Just flowing so sweetly around the Coca-Cola arena and into the joker lap, nicely controlled, like there's nothing to it. And here comes Adam Omen, yesterday's Pro-Am winner. And Lucas Anderson still all over the back of him, has not given this one up remotely. Adam Omen's going to have to mind his P's and Q's all the way to the checkered flag. It is hard to pass there.
Hansen rolls over the line off the throttle, just to save the tyres a little bit. Lucas Anderson will be pleased to be in the final. He was super frustrated last night that it had ended in the semis for him after his victory in Holland just a few weeks ago. Let's have a look back at this start. Ollie Eriksson had a good run into the first corner. Nason had a Nason was optimistic there, I think, on the inside, and ultimately turned Eriksson around. Just drove into the back of Eriksson. So unfortunately for Eriksson, even if Nason got a penalty for that move,
it doesn't help. Somebody else getting a penalty.
It won't help him.
It doesn't help. And
it would only help if Nason was third and Eriksson was fourth, but that's not the case. So it won't actually move Eriksson up at all.
Omen's spotter got him onto the joker. I mean, one tiny little lock up there, he would have lost that second row position.
Anderson lost all of that in the battle he had on track with Nason, but you've got to try and mix the strategy up, haven't you, joker-wise? I don't think you can blame Anderson for going early to try and get some clear air.
Well, and he got shoved off as well with Nason's over-ambition that turned around Ollie Eriksson. So, Nason not really helping Anderson there, but the top 3 do go through. Top 3 from here will Nicholas Gronholm and Kasper Janssen on the front row, and then Victor Christensen and Romet Sierna. And that appears to be the 4 cars that we have. So
Darback's been missing
Darback,
since this morning.
Yeah. So he should have been with us, but is not. So watch for Gronholm. Not the smartest of starts. Kasper Janssen did get away quicker, and in the middle, Victor Christensen, the other white and blue car. Romet Sierna with the white nose on the outside. He's going to try and stay out of trouble, and for the first time today, he does. But Gronholm just drives it off the apex to get through into second place. Sierna in third, and Victor Christensen in 4th place.
Bit of contact between OMSE teammates Sierna and Gronholm on the exit. Saw some bodywork fly off the side of Gronholm's machine, but now we can see the true potential of Kasper Janssen's pace as he's at the front of the order in this one. Won the FC2 title last year, but just hasn't had the rub of the green so far this season. You'd imagine that Christensen will joker on this lap. Gronholm does joker from second. I wonder if Marcus is on the radio. Marcus Gronholm here this weekend again, was spotting for Nicholas last time out in Holland. Deep for Romet Sierna into the penultimate corner. Jarmo Voster on the radio for Romet will be pushing him on to try and increase the gap, knowing that this race really, Martin, is between Christensen and Sierna, assuming that Gronholm closes the gap and can clear both of them.
Well, you would think he will. He'll stay close enough behind that he will assume second place again after they joker. So who jokers on this lap? Do either of them dare? They go, oh, Sierna again, very sideways over the loose.
I think if I were Christensen, I would be jokering now to try and get onto the back of Gronholm and hope that you can close on the rear of Sierna. If I was Sierna's spotter in Jarmo, I would be sending Sierna in late. I wouldn't send him in unless Christensen's going to follow. I think that's ultimately put Sierna out of this, because I don't think he's got the ultimate pace at the moment of Christensen, who's been very fast this weekend. Christensen makes a mistake though. Gronholm's going to get up the inside. Christensen's still on a wild old ride. I take it all back. That could really play into Romet Sierna's hands.
Really will. Look at the gap from Sierna. It can't be more than 4 seconds. Victor Christensen really overdoing it there under braking. Again, yeah, I
2.6 seconds the gap, so yesterday's winner is now under big pressure from Romet Sierna. Kasper Janssen has a big mistake over the jump, just clips the barrier. You heard the knock in our ears, in our headsets, that he just touched the wall. Fortunately, he survives any major damage, but it shows how much the track is changing in these latter stages. Gronholm is 5.3 off the back of Janssen, who's clearly on a big charge. Well, look at the car skipping around, Martin, over those later bumps. What's Gronholm's doing? Janssen is on a huge push here.
Well, Sierna needs to be closer to Christensen than he is at the moment. See how dirty it is coming off the loose into the braking area, and Christensen again struggling for traction, but I think he's doing enough over Sierna.
This track gets a lot of flack, doesn't it, from people saying it's not a true rallycross circuit, but there's so many challenges. I really enjoy that it evolves, and it is a big task for the drivers experienced as Janssen to stay on top of the car, especially when they're on a big charge. Look at the amount of bodywork there over that loose surface section where they've had those little bits of minor contact.
And all of it's Janssen's at the moment. I mean, this is dead dull. This is boring. You can entirely understand.
Christensen needs to be on more of a push here to try and increase the gap over Sierna. Look at the car in the background. Christensen has to go again here to try and close the gap. Gronholm closes the gap on the back of Janssen, just stays out of the rear of the Swedish driver, and that's the experience and respect that Nicholas Gronholm has for those he's racing against. Doesn't just horse Janssen's car in the rear into the penultimate corner. Janssen at the front of this. Christensen did do the right thing, had to go again because he didn't have the gap over Sierna. Sierna is doing a great job here, Martin.
Yeah, Sierna with his fastest lap, and that was quicker than Christensen again. So Christensen is between a rock and a hard place. He didn't dare joker, but he needed to and still couldn't. And Gronholm has not given this up. Again, this is like it's the final, and there are a few drops of water in the air, not enough probably to make any difference to the track. Look at the way Janssen's ditch hooking around the Coca-Cola
arena. We need to be seeing the joke emerge in the background now between Christensen
go wide
and
on this
Sierna.
one.
There we are, brilliant job, and then Sierna's going to get it. Christensen stopped in the joker. Christensen, yesterday's winner, has some kind of an issue and is drawing to a stop. Meanwhile, Janssen holds on for victory after a wild ride through the semi-final for last year's FC2 champion, and a great job from Robert Cerner. That serves me right for suggesting that he wouldn't make it through with that early joker. Good job by him and spotter Jarmo Vosa.
Well, yesterday's top two, Oman and Cerner, both go through in dry conditions into the finals again. Cerner on the outside on the run down to the first corner. Marcus Gronholm didn't get the advantage, but this is where he moved up to second, and I wonder if that was the start of indications that something was going wrong with Victor Christensen's car. I mean, Kasper Janssen did his very best to wipe everything out, including himself there, and Gronholm, yeah, there could have been a tap there. Easy to, just couldn't avoid him. The cynic.
That's not
could
how Gronholm
easily
drives.
have made contact.
Very, very rare to see Gronholm drive into the rear of someone.
Really great work by the top two, and Robert Cerner did exactly what he needed to do. So, our semi-finals are done. Our final grid's completed. And overhead, what we missed yesterday is our aerial display. Low cloud and drizzle. Yeah, the ceiling was about 300 feet yesterday. You can't do any kind of a display there. But good to see, what's this, a Boeing Stearman? Looks a little bit like. I'm afraid my aircraft recognition is not what it might have been when I was an aircraft-hungry teenager. Not sure it's a Stearman, actually it looks more like a pit special. However, why are they using some old plane like this? Because biplanes generate an awful lot of lift, and that means that you can get away with very low stall speeds.
So, as you enjoy the aerobatics display as part of this Rally Extreme weekend here at the Tierp Arena, the paddock is preparing for the final folk race exhibition races and the finals of their races indeed in about half an hour's time. The track machines are just regrading the loose. The track needs to be reorientated a little bit because the folk race cars use a little bit of a different route. If you were watching Tierp Rallyx a couple of years ago where we cut through the middle of the drag strip, that's the folk race track. So the track team are working hard to move the track around, and you can rejoin the stream in about 35 minutes time for the folk race action before we return for the finals here at Rallyx on the final day here at Tierp. Stay with us.
Yes, that was it from our ordinary commentaries, live up from the booth. Soon to be releasing the Folk Race cars. My name is Christian and I will be joining you for the Folk Race event, who's soon enough to get started. They're getting ready down on the starting grid right now. Hope you had a good time so far. Welcome to the Folk Race event. As I said, Christian is my name, and I will guide you through these finals for the Folk Race. And the first final is lining up down on the starting grid. Okay, the first final that we will have is for the seniors with Micke Andersson från Lindesberg, Ola Andersson, Siljan BRK, Daniel Hagman, MK Speed, Rickard Östlund, Botkyrka, Robin Palm, Eskilstuna, Johnny Leppele, MK Speed. Turning on the green light, letting them go. First into the first corner with number 1, Micke Andersson, taking the lead. And a hard battle for the second place. Making it look good in the rear view mirror for leading Micke Andersson. Quite a battle in the back there, but I think they'll manage to get through all of them. Yes, they do. And here for the Folk Race event, the Joker, or the alternative as they call it in the Folk Race, is a bit different. When you go straight ahead like the Rallycross cars do, that's their Joker or their alternative. The ordinary track is where the Rallycross cars have done their Joker. So signing off the first lap with leading Micke Andersson from Lindesberg. And a battle for the third place here. And through the Folk Race, it's a bit more contact than we have seen with the Rallycross, obviously. This is more cheaper cars. All the cars are for sale after the event for the price of 1,100 euros. So the drivers here, they don't spend that much money on the cars. They keep it to a minimum budget because you don't want to lose your car. Andersson in the lead. He's taken the alternative on the first lap. Keeping it all together now, but closing up from behind. Few battles back through the lower regions of the field. Signing off for the third lap now. Still with Andersson in the lead. Yeah, the start really crucial for Andersson, giving those extra meters. They're closing up a bit anyhow. Still a good battle in the back there. Switching the places and switching some paint with each other. Taking some gray marks on the black Beamer. Still in the lead. Painted up his Folk Race car with some kind of shark paint, I think, to make it look more vicious. 2 laps to go, still with Andersson in the lead. Leipele second place, Hagman chasing in the third place. Andersson following behind then in the fourth place. It's a battle right now for the second place. Perhaps that could be a bit interesting if Hagman could close up. He's gaining some ground right now. Getting really close in the battle for the second place here. Hagman gets up and nudge him a bit in the back end. Still no changes, but he's there. He's making it really hard for Leipele. Soon enough, there's only 1 lap to go. He's on in the lead, keeping it all together. Looks calm like a cucumber. Leipele keeping the second place. Hagman is there, still banging on the back door, trying to get through. Wants that second place, and if he wants it, he needs to do the overtake right now. Only a few corners more to go. And so I'm looking down to see if there's a checkered flag anyway. So no, and here comes the battle once again for the second place. Hagman is there and trying to put in the front of the car, trying to get by. Needs to back off a bit again. Andersson getting in to the final corners here. Sees the checkered flag, takes the victory. And how about that second place? Well, Hagman goes for around the outside and doesn't make it. It's Leipolä who makes the second place. Hagman for the third place. Fourth place for Ola Andersson. Robin Palm signing in for the fifth place. Falling a bit behind. That's the last car. First final for the folk race event. Down on the start grid is the finals for the seniors turbo class. Let's look at some replays from the finals first, from the first senior final. A good start was the key to get the victory. The battle was more in the back of the lead, in the back of the pack. Seeing Ola Andersson trying to look on the inside of that huge beamer. Palm in his Volvo 740. Getting a good view of Hagman, who tried to make the pass for the second place, but Johnny Leipolä made sure to make it hard to pass and kept the second place. So Michael Andersson, Johnny Leipolä, Daniel Hagman, the three on the podium. Getting ready for the next final, Senior Turbo. Andreas Ledin, Magnus Hansen, Jenny Karlsson and Niklas Ledin. Turning on the green light, all four is going into the first car. Oh, Jenny Karlsson goes on the front wheel and make it still up to second place. Losing up a little bit, backing down to the third. That was a close call. The people on the track making sure to get that tire wall back in its placement again. Working hard as ever. The battle for the third place, and look at the back wheel. Look at the right back wheel of Karlsson's white Saab. Doesn't look really good. It's really askew, and it must be terrible to drive that car. Taking the alternative for Karlsson, and can't even imagine how hard it is to drive that car. First lap done of the 5 here in the final. And Andreas Ledin keeping it all together. Good to see here in the turbo finals also Niklas Ledin turning back. Had a few problems yesterday. Made sure that the concrete wall was hard enough. And yeah, he could tell that the concrete wall was harder than his Saab anyhow. Jenny Karlsson has unfortunately left this final, and I can see why. And now we have a huge battle for the second place here, when we had the alternative, but has to back off. Get him up and try to make a move with still leading Andreas Ledin. Magnus Hansen on the second place, looking in his rear view mirror, making sure that he's keeping Niklas Ledin on a safe distance. Well, leading Andreas Ledin has been quite impressive all this weekend. The car doesn't look that pretty, but that's the thing here in the Falk race. Doesn't have to look pretty, it has to run fast. That's the main key. Like I said in the previous finals, the cars are all for sale after the event, 1,100 euros, making sure to keep it a cheap sport for motorsports fans. And this is a really common sport here in Sweden in the motorsport events for the grassroots. And you see a lot of drivers like Sebastian Eriksson making their debut in the Falk race, then stepping it up in the Rallycross. So it's a real good school to learn how to race properly on the track. The one who's racing the fastest right now, Andreas Ledin in the lead. And if you didn't see it, it is a Saab 9000 with a few bruises. It's been through a lot of battles, but that's the charm of the Falk race. It's the battle for the second place. Andreas Ledin in the lead, doing his last lap now. Still with Hansen on the second place. Hansen in the second place is the guy who actually runs the tire shop here on the track, keeping all the Rallycross guys with tires all weekend, but he also makes sure to compete a bit here in the Falk race, and he also has a rally car actually that he likes to drive when he gets the time for it. Andreas on his way back. Magnus Hansen making sure to have a little bit of space in between him and Niklas Ledin. And here comes the battle for the second place, just as Andreas crosses the line as the winner. And it is a change. Niklas Ledin makes a pass in the last corner, and the car is ready to give up, but it makes the finishing line and the checkered flag and takes the second place. And Hansen will have to settle down for third place. But what a drama in the final. Andreas on his way back in his battle and bruised Saab 9000. Niklas Ledin in second place. And have a look at this start again. And look at the white Saab in the middle with Jenny Carlson going on the front wheels into the first corner. And you can already see the right rear tire looking two-wheel drive also from Andreas. And it's a really good grip in the tires. For the guys here in the Falk race, the tires are free to use, and here on this track a lot of them are using like Cooper or Nova tires, like the Rallycross tires that we see for the supercars and stuff like that. And like I said, all the cars are for sale after the event, 1,100 euros. You had to pay a fee with 40 euros leaving in. And here we sum up the turbo final. Andreas Ledin, who wins the senior final with Niklas Ledin in the second place. Magnus Hansen in the third place. And unfortunately for Jenny Carlson, a DNF after that starting incident. Would have been nice to see Jenny actually to compete all the way out. We have a chance one more for Jenny, who's coming back with the ladies later on. But it would have been nice also here in the Turbo Finals to see her really match up to the guys, because she made a really, really good start. And I talked to her a bit early before, and she said, okay, my tactics is a good start, early joker, and then try to take it from that point. And the start was there, obviously, but yeah, they kind of squeezed her in the middle, doing the wheelie with the front wheels there, and yeah, like you saw, the back end of the car just got too mashed up, and she had to lead the finals after just the first lap. Sad but true, that's the case sometimes. Like we talked with the Fault Race, it's really, really popular here in Sweden. I think only this weekend it's like 15 different events actually, and almost 2,000. I think it was somewhere around 1,800 drivers competing only this weekend with the Swedish Folk Race. So it's really, really a common type of motorsport here in Sweden, and so much fun to get them to show them up here in the Rallyx with this Rally Extreme weekend, with all the drifting, with the Rallycross, and all the things that's been happening here down on site. And for you guys who's following in the live stream, you can see Casper Jansson's supercar lined up here in place. Not the car he's competing in this weekend, since he's in the FC2 category. And as you also can see on all the flags, a bit windy here on Tierp today. But good weather, the sun is shining, a bit windy like I said, but really, really good weather anyhow. Just now, waiting for the third final with the ladies, and like I said, we had Jenny Karlsson competing in the previous Turbo final. We will see Jenny also in the upcoming final here in Tierp, so that's what we're waiting for right now, for her to switch car from the bruised up Saab and get into her other car and to compete in the category for the ladies. And I think, according to my schedule, they're doing a switch here, right? Okay, so they've turned around the schedule since the paper that I got, and it's the A finals for the seniors lining up on the start grid now. And like in Rallycross, the better you have qualified, you get to choose the starting line. And here into the first corner, we're expecting a really good battle. This will be really tough. And unlike the Rallycross, here in Folk Race, we line them up all together. Just that you get to make the choice of lane that you choose, the better you have qualified. So we have from the inside, Albin Hysing, having beside him Simon Åhlén Liljestedt. In the middle there in the yellow Saab, Andreas Rönnlöv. And the blue and black Saab, Henrik Axelius. And on the outer edge, Andreas Ledin. And the runner-up from the B final, Mikael Andersson, will be lining up on the start grid at lane number 6 on the outer edge. Hysing Liljestedt, Rönnlöv Axelius, Ledin Andersson. There's the final field for the seniors. Thumbs up, down on the start grid, making sure that the drivers are ready to see the ready to race. Green lights, off we go. Ledin with a good start from the outside here. Can he make it through all the way? He can! Because it's Chaos from the behind. And Andersson, who's the runner-up, goes around the outside, up to a third place. Simon Liljestedt, who has been driving really, really good, stuck in the start. Good battle with Axtelius, who makes it through, getting up to 4th place. Still Simon Liljestedt stuck here in the start. Oh, he has to, unfortunately, give it away. Climb the head of the car. Has a DNF for Samis Par. In the lead we see how Andreas Ledin has flown away, taking a good charge, taking the joker here on the first lap. He's still in the second with Andreas Rönnlöv in the 3rd place. The runner-up from the previous final, Micke Andersson, in the 4th place. See that Henrik Axtelius has left his car as well. So it's 4 cars still running here. Andreas Ledin in the lead. Chasing Hysing. Hysing, who came into this final looking really, really strong. Qualifying first and second in the 4 qualifying rounds. Still 3 laps to go. Ledin still with a comfortable lead. Hysing chasing on. Like you can see in the leading Ledin. He has those rallycross tires all around. Missing out a bit in the 2nd place. Making it a bit closer for Rönnlöv in the 3rd place, perhaps making a move in the next lap. And the time is quite running out now. Only 2 laps to go. Here you can see the gap with chasing Rönnlöv in the 3rd place. Leading Ledin. Sharp as ever. And once again, a good start is a really good key here in the fall race. Drone is following Rönnlöv up to the Roman back again. Soon there's only 1 lap to go for leading. Oh! Rönnlöv has to turn off the track. Something happened. It wasn't really the speed that we were used to see Rönnlöv. And something happened here on the next lap. So Ledin looking really good in the lead. He doesn't let go of the pedal to the metal, he keeps it down all the way. Making sure, oh, he's up again on the 2 wheels. Making me a bit nervous here. So into the final corners. First is straight, over the little bump, into the hard left. Around the Scania turn. Mikael Andersson in the picture while we have the checkered flag and the win for Ledin. Hysing in for the 2nd place. the runner-up from the B final, in for a third place here in the A final with Mikael Andersson. Like you can see on the TV screens, the cars have been used properly. Let's start once again. Look at Ledin from the outer side, and then there's Chaos in behind. And Hysing somehow making it around the first corner here, up to the second place. There you can see Axelius in here when Andreas Rönnlund turned off the track. Mr. Two-Wheel, Mr. Wheelie himself, Andreas Ledin. And here are the final results for the Seniors A final. Andreas Ledin winning the final before Albin Hysing, Mikael Andersson, the runner-up from the B final, finishing third in this final. DNF for Andreas Rönnlund, but he made it for fourth place, and the fifth place for Simon and Liljestedt and Axelius for the sixth place. Both of them had to do the DNF on the first lap. And next up is the Juniors Turbo category. I'm a bit interested to see how the rear part of Linnea Svärd's white Saab looks like, especially the right rear. Oh, they fixed it. This is the car that we saw Jenny Karlsson drove on the front wheels in the previous Seniors Turbo final, and then we could see the right rear tire looked really askew, but somehow they fixed it. Don't ask me how, but they fixed it. The mechanics here in the Falk race are, yeah, they're amazing. There's nothing that they can't fix. And the Saab 9 the combat that you see to your right in the picture, that car was like half a meter shorter yesterday. So they took a big tractor in the front end, and they took their service truck in the rear end, and they pulled out the car to the right length again. Right now there's some towing on the track for Simon and Liljestedt. To the left in your screens you can see Simon's Saab getting pushed off the track. Too bad with Simon, because he drove really good yesterday in the qualifying rounds. But yeah, it is what it is. You need to make that first corner. And he had some troubles yesterday with the starts as well. Not this bad, but yeah. Would have been nice to see him get through that first corner and to chase those other guys. The speed he had around the track yesterday was really good. Juniors Turbo category on the starting grid. Getting their thumbs up. Svärd Husing. And in the white car, Linnea Svärd, the car that drove on the front wheels that we saw earlier on. Thumbs up, ready race. Turning on the green light, letting go of the starting grid. Good start from the outer side. Is it possible to make it around the outside? No, it isn't. Doors closed there. Vilgot Bergen up to the lead. Trying to keep an extra eye for that white car and the right rear wheel. But it looks all right. It looks all right. So we fixed the car. That was amazing. We can see it right away. Vilgot Bergen making away a few meters on the first lap already. Well, Husing in the second place, Linnea Svärd in the third. And from the lead, taking the Joker, the alternative, as they call it in the fall race. Straight line. Linnea Svärd passes up to second place, also taking the Joker here on the first lap. Bergen in the lead. Bergen Svärd Husing. Whoa, we have a big moment there for Bergen, losing the rear end of the Saab 9000. We got yet another bruise on their rear left there. Still keeping it together. Quite a big moment, almost losing it all away. Bergen in the lead, took his alternative on the first lap. Perhaps we have a change on the second place. Yes, we do. Out in the Joker now for Husing Spar. Dancing up to the second place. 3 laps to go. Husing in the chasing mode now from the second place with Svärd in the third. But up ahead is Berggren. Here in the fall race, the drivers always make sure to do the cars as light as possible, leaving everything behind. It's like an empty shell, just the car, making weight as less as possible. The result of that is what we see like here with Bergen, who makes the wheel is all the way around almost. Because they have such good traction in this rallycross tires. 2 laps to go. Bergen in the lead. It is Linnea Svärd turning around the big Scania truck inside here. Bergen makes his way back again through those chicanes, over the drag strip and up to the velodrome. Skid marks there in the braking point, turning in the way back again into the Fall Race ordinary track here. He's got really good pace in the front. And the space between second and third place with Husing and Svärd quite the same. 1 lap to go. Here in the junior finals with their turbo cars. Like I said, it doesn't look as pretty, but it goes like, yeah, you tell me, it goes like really fast. Last couple of corners for leading Berggren. Soon getting ready to see that checkered flag for the victory here. The turbo category for juniors. Into the last left-hander and then around the Scania track here in the inside. And here's the checkered flag and the victory here in the turbo class for the juniors for Vilgot Berggren. Second place with Noah Husing and third place with Linnea Svärd. Once again, an impressive drive from youngster here, Berggren. Living quite far up north actually here in Sweden. So let's look at some reruns here from the finals for the juniors turbo category. Good start from the outside there, but Berggren having the inner side. Once he was up in the lead, he was more or less unbeatable. Looking at the reruns, actually, I think he had some kind of problem with the damper on the front left side. Looked like the front left bounced a bit too much. And since the cars are all for sale for 1,100 euros, you don't spend that much money nor on the engine or dampers or stuff like that. Here we have the results anyhow for junior turbo final. Vilgot Berggren, Noah Husing, Linnea Svärd signing in for the third place. Unfortunately for Melvin Molén, couldn't start here in the junior turbo finals. So the next final that we're looking to is the ladies final. We have some car switches to get done before we have them all come up to the starting grid. Yeah, like I said, all the cars are for sale for the 1,100 euros, meaning that the drivers doesn't spend that much money, nor on the engines or perhaps the dampers. So you keep all things to a minimum. But the thing that you do want is good tires, and if you have some extra money, perhaps it's the dampers that you do spend the money on. But like I said, you don't want to spend too much money because all the cars are for sale. The price is always 1,100 euros. If there's more people who wants to buy the same car, there's a lottery who gets to buy the car for the 1,100 euros. Starting to line up for the ladies' final here. Lining up to the far left is Miss Wheelie, Jenny Karlsson. Nina Stumbina besides her, Marianne Sellberg, the blue and black Saab, and Sofie Eriksson on the outside. Eriksson has done some great starts. Perhaps if she can do it once again from the outside, she has a good chance. So let's get ready for the ladies' final. Thumbs up for all the drivers. Who's ready to race? Someone, not sure if it's jump start or if they perhaps were standing a bit too far, but we have a flashing red light anyhow. So all the cars back in place again. And like like I said, I think she was just standing a bit too far, crossing the line for the lights. So we do it once again. Ready to race. Here's the green light. Good start from Jenny Karlsson from the inside, taking the lead into the first corner. Marianne Sellberg on the second place, getting nudge on their right hand, but keeping it all together, keeping the second place. Lina Stamina in the third place. The black and pink Volvo 855 station wagon. Drivers in front. Pulling away, and here's the attack for the lead. Karlsson leaving a small gap there. And there's no room for leaving those type of gaps here in the fall case. Then you get the pass right away. Good pass from Marianne Sellberg. Both of them taking the joker here on the first lap. Perhaps Jenny should have waited with that one. Now she has to do a proper pass in the course, and perhaps it's here because there's a little gap here in between, and she has the upper hand in the inside into the next corner, making the shoulders wide and making sure to get the lead back. Jenny Karlsson back in the lead. A really good pass. Jenny Karlsson back in the lead with Marianne Sellberg in the second place. In the background, Sofie Eriksson has made it through to the third place, but it's battle for the lead. That's really interesting. On the way back again here in the second lap. To the more tricky part with Karlsson in the lead. For her sake, it should be quite a revenge from the Turbos final, which she couldn't fulfill. She had to withdraw in the first lap. Now in the lead for the ladies final, Jenny Karlsson. Marianne Sellberg is there all the way. And as you can see here in the Valkyrie, you see them a bit of bouncing each other, giving them some bruises. And for the Valkyries, it's more of a contact sport than you see in the rallycross. It is allowed to be a bit more rough here. But now Jenny Karlsson perhaps is gaining some meters in the lead. Marianne is falling back a bit here. Into the left-hander, turning around the big Scania truck here in the inside. Counting down the laps, 2 laps to go. Small mistake from Karlsson, and we can see how the gap is increasing a little smaller. Sellberg getting closer once again. Perhaps the pressure is still here for Jenny Karlsson in the lead. Almost up on the 2 wheels again. Marianne once again, really close. She could just gain like 5, 6, 7 meters more, so she could be there. Give the boot a little nudge. Try to make a little gap. 1 lap to go. Jenny Karlsson in the lead. These 2 ladies has left the other ones really far behind. Still with Jenny Karlsson in the lead. Marianne Sellberg in second place, not giving up. Still want to do something about this. She wants that victory, but she has to do something extra now on the final lap. Turning around again, back to a small crest there. To the right-hander and the hard left here. To the straight, over a little bump, into a hard left again. Karlsson with the lead. She has the advantage into the last corners here, rounding the Scania for the last time. Sees the checkered flag in the latest final. It's Jenny Karlsson who takes the win, with Marianne Sellberg finishing second. Alina Stubina in for the third place, and for the fourth place, Sofie Eriksson. Yeah, like I said, quite a revenge for Jenny Karlsson after the Turbos final. Guessing she will be really pleased with that victory. And here's the rerun for ladies final. Really tough battle for the lead. I thought when Jenny Karlsson took the Joker at the same time as Marianne, perhaps not the best of choices, but she proved me wrong. She find that little gap, squeezed in between. Here's the final result with Jenny Karlsson, Marianne Sellberg, Alina Stubina, and fourth place with Sofie Eriksson. So the last finals for the folk race we have lined up with the juniors. With Noah Hysing, Julian Delang, Vilgot Berggren, Josefin Holmqvist, Melvin Åhlén, and Linnea Svärd. I think we're missing Linnea, right? She shared a car with Andreas Rönnlöv, who we saw earlier on leaving the track, so perhaps it was a big problem, since we're missing Linnea here on the starting grid. So here, the juniors final, and the winner here will take a really good prize, getting the chance to drive the Rallyx event up in Älvsbyn in a Supercar Light. So let's see who takes the victory here. Ready to race, green light, turn on. Then go. Look at Josefin Holmqvist in the big Volvo 245 taking the lead. And a hard battle for the second place, and it's chaos behind. And this makes it a really big gap in the lead now. And one of the favorites still stuck here in the start, Julian Delang, after that crash in the start. So in the lead, like I said, Josefin Holmqvist in the big old Volvo. In the background, a great battle for third and fourth place. Shift in the lead. Well, we have two cars doing their Jokers. First lap is done. Up to the lead with Hysing on the second place. Both of them taking the Joker here on the first lap. In this final on the first lap, we had a black flag, excluding one of the drivers after some rough treatment. It was number 21, Vilgot Berggren, who got disqualified from this final. Battle for second place, Josefin Holmqvist finding the space and taking the Joker. Oh, look how quick she is in the Joker, getting back the lead. Could he find the breaking point? She can! What a drive she's doing here. Up back in the lead. After doing the Joker on the second lap, Josefin Holmqvist. Oh, this looks really promising. And on the back straight, she actually stretches away. Oh, she's such a good driver, Josefin Holmqvist. Also competing in the Swedish national rallycross events. Also in the rallycross event she competes with a Volvo, but it's ordinary 240 in the rallycross events. Here with the old station wagon Volvo. She got some really good motorsports genes as well. Father been competing in motorsports for almost all his life. He's taken a lot of Swedish championship. Dad Jimmy, and also the mother has also competing in mainly the folk race. So fun to see Josefin Holmqvist up in the lead. No big gap, but a lead is a lead. 2 laps to go. 1.5 to be more accurate. See if could get closer, perhaps to some kind of move here. Soon there's only 1 lap to go. Into the left turn there here. Turning hard right. Seeing the sign that says 1 lap to go. And out on the back straight, and here we know Josefin pulls away. Got a lot of traction in that old Volvo. Could she keep it all together on the last lap now? Josefin Holmqvist. Looking strong as ever in the 245. And yes, it gets real close now in the final corners. But the key moment will be the hard left-hander into the... After this passage now, out on the straight, over the bump, into the hard left-hander. Could she just keep the braking point here and get that Volvo turned around? And she can. Now into the final corner. Into this right-hander, and it is Josefin Holmqvist who takes the junior win. What a victory, Josefin Holmqvist. So impressive. Melvin Åhlén signing in for the 2nd place. And 3rd place with Noah Hysing having some difficulties with his car, technical issues, but makes it a 3rd place anyhow. But the victory, so impressive, Josefin Holmqvist. Let's look at the rerun, and the start from Josefin was so good. And hard battle. And then let's see, there's... And here we can see how Julian Delang gets stuck in the start. Turned all the way around. Yeah, it's a tough battle into the first corner, and here we can also see the move where Vilgot Bergen got the disqualification. And here's the pass from Josefin. Find that little gap on the inside and straight out to the Joker. And with the speed from the Joker that you have extra, she could reach for the 1st place, the 1st place that you never let go of. Kept it all together. Josefin Holmqvist with the win here for the folk race category. Here we have the final results also for the folk race junior final with Josefin Holmqvist, the winner for the juniors with Melvin Åhlén. 2nd place, Noah Hysing finishing in the 3rd place. Yeah, that was it from the folk race. I hope you had a really good time seeing the old cars with some proper bumping, scratching some paints from each other. My name is Christian, who's been joining you for the folk race event. Keep staying with your live stream. We will be back with the main event from the Rallyx and the Rallycross. Thanks for now from the Speakers Tower and the folk race. Over and out.
Welcome back, everybody. Final time here in Tierp Arena for the finals now for Rallyx, the second race weekend. And Hal, we've just seen the folk race. We've seen more track preparation, actually. So hopefully the degradation that's happened during the course of the day will have been undone a little bit, but we're getting ready to go with the first of our finals.
And based on what we've seen so far today through qualifying and the semi-finals, it's going to be action aplenty, isn't it? The first couple of corners behind us have produced plenty of drama, and I don't see that ending yet, especially as most of the Rallyx contingent have had quite a long time in the paddock now to prepare. There was a lot of wheel alignment being done after the semi-finals that more often than not you wouldn't necessarily see done in a normal round because there just isn't time between the semis and the finals. But here everyone is much more prepared than they might be otherwise, and I think hopefully that gives everyone a bit of a better package underneath them.
A little bit over-caffeinated as well. Them, not just us. It's quite possible. Emil Siversund with the VW Polo on pole position from Victor Christensen, again over-caffeinated. Adam Oman, yesterday's Pro-Am winner on row 2 with Robert Sierna, who finished in second yesterday. And then Emil Nielsen, no Tobias Darback. The crew were not working on that car in the lunch break. It is done for the weekend. Away we go then, Siversund on the inside, not making a great start. Oman does though, but Victor Christensen will take the lead down to the first corner. Around the outside, Robert Sierna, can he survive this? He gets nudged a little wide by Oman. Oman in second place, the Polo in third. And so Siversund recovering at least one spot out of the chicane. And that then leaves Christensen to lead the way. It is still a little wild as they transition off the tarmac onto the loose there, and that is not going to get any more sedate as the speeds pick up.
Siversund did well there in the first corner, but loses out, goes wide in the velodrome section. Cerna looks up the inside. Will Cerna joker this time around to get out of the traffic? Yes, indeed, the Estonian driver does. Siversund on the back of Adam Oman, little kick there at the end of the lap, really unsettles the balance of the car. They're running the Polo very soft, aren't they? Look at it moving around on the suspension, but they are carrying that anti-lag problem from yesterday, and for sure that will harm the young Norwegian with the launch strategy in that X-Mark Motorsport machine. I have to say I've been very impressed by Adam Oman and his progression in four-wheel drive so far. Siversund gets in the brakes, locks the front right on the way into the chicane. But up front, yesterday's winner in the Pro final, Victor Christensen, is again just eking out a margin here in the AM final today.
Yeah, Siversund unable to really make much of an impact on Oman, so he's going to have to think about joker strategy now to try and make a difference. Oman in second place. Is he going to joker this time? He does. So he feels, or his spotter does, that there's enough time to come out in front of Robert Sierna. Have they judged it right? They have not. Robert Sierna absolutely flying. And both these two, Sierna second, Oman first yesterday in the Pro-Am final, have really come on a pace again in the second day of action here in this Swedish event.
Sierna going well here, set good pace earlier on in the semi-finals, proved me wrong on the joker strategy, as they deserve to do, and a solid run here with Jarmo Vosa from Pace Motorsport on the radio. Big jump there for Siversund, similar for Nason in the background, who gets so close to the wall on the inside through that oh so difficult section. Siversund very comfortable in this four-wheel drive car, the pendulum effect through those corners, just using the weight transfer to get it turned in. Nason's car has changed colour a few times this weekend, hasn't it, Martin, with the new panels attached to it. Track markers go flying towards the end of the lap. It's late in the weekend now, isn't it? And people are throwing everything at this to get the best result they can. And
Nason actually with that black and white front end to the car now after lots of frontal impacts did have the fastest lap for Victor Christensen. Quicker, no, Siversund quicker again. Robert Sierna fastest of all on that last time round. So Sierna in fourth place. The Estonian definitely a threat for the podium because they are not far enough ahead. Nason can't joker yet. Siversund probably could.
I don't think he can. 5.4 the gap Cerna was off the lead last time around. Siversund himself is 2 seconds off the lead, so I think Cerna is in the window here to be second. Siversund needs to get a wriggle on, runs the Polo deep, then clips the inside. Bit of a wild ride for the young Norwegian. He jokers this time around. I think Cerna's too close. Will carry the pace on the standard lap, does indeed clear the Polo, get the car stopped nice and tidy into the left-hander.
And he's dropped Adam Oman behind him quite a long way. Romet Sirna, the Estonian, is absolutely flying. He's the other white-nosed black car. Emil Nielsen should be all black, but isn't because of all the replacement panels.
Siversen drops it on the way into the first corner on this lap. He's getting increasingly ragged, isn't he, in the Polo? He was really wide on the way in last time around. Sirna, though, went just a tenth slower than the fastest lap of the race so far. Last time around, he's consistently the quickest at the moment. The only driver to have gone anywhere near is Nason, who set that lap time earlier on. This is going to be super close between Sirna and Christensen at the front. Sirna's got this done, Martin.
Christensen and Nason. Yeah, Sirna for second. I was wondering if Christensen had made a big enough mistake there that he might actually have given the lead away, but he just holds on to it by about 3/4 of a second. Christensen at the checkered flag is the winner from Sirna, and Siversen in the Polo taking third position. Romet Sirna and his spotter judged that perfectly, but without the pace that Sirna produced, the strategy wouldn't have worked the way it did.
Great job by Victor Christensen as well. 2 wins from this weekend. Took the overall victory yesterday and to win the AM final today. Remember, his final lasted about this far yesterday, didn't it? When both he and
Siversen
ended up in the wall with big damage. So good reward for the hard work from the weekend. Won't be in the pro final later. Didn't make it through the semis, but as you say, great job from Sirna. Great pace throughout that race, learning quickly in four-wheel drive, having stepped up from cross car to the top category for this year.
Mighty impressive, and look at that.
Siversen was lucky there, luckier was Sirna not to have a Polo career into the back. Great save by Siversen. I actually got a bit confused at the end there because from this distance, Nason's car and Sirna's car look fairly similar now with the new bodywork on Nason's machine. I'm sure that will be rectified ahead of next weekend at Honkiyoki, where we will do this all again.
And actually, as the weekend has progressed, Nason has hit fewer and fewer things. But Victor Christensen, well, he had the lead all the way through that great start. And Emil Siversen, if he'd had the anti-lag, it would have been a different story. But ifs, buts and maybes. Romet Sirna finishing as the runner-up and Siversen on the podium in third place. So that was our Pro-Am final. We now get into the final for Cross Car Junior. And with Ivo Manisto on pole position, Isak Sestra alongside Matalamäki and Pyrämäki are going to make a race of this. Huka and Stromberg kind of just about made it onto the back of the grid, didn't they? So whether they'll feature or not, I mean, again, it's like the Olympic Games. Once you get into the final, anything is up for grabs. Anything can happen, as we've seen. Just a little bit of a delay here before we get to the start. Manisto in the yellow and white machine here, just a little work on that tyre wall. Has been the dominant force throughout the weekend, has never looked anything other than fully in control, but these machines are very even in terms of performance, so it will come down to who does the best job. And Isak Sestra on the outside of the front row has, after a wretched time, both brothers actually, yesterday had a pretty torrid day of it, and today they've both turned it around. Yesterday is history, today is what it's all about. Manisto and Isak Sestra, and watch for Matalamäki to come through maybe the centre of the front row, and Pyrämäki might have to go wide around the outside at the hairpin, but that is plan A. Plan A immediately gets ripped up as we leave the line, and it is the front row starters. And Manisto with the run, Matalamäki down the inside of Isak Sestra. There's a little bit of bump, and he comes to a dead halt.
Disaster for Matalamäki, broke the steering on the inside, clipped the concrete wall on the way in, as we've seen so often this weekend, trying to continue a run wide and hit the wall on the outside. Actually saves it from the wall in a great salvage effort, but he's going to go no further in this race. A lot of time lost at the back as well. It actually worked out pretty well for Jero Hukar, who missed getting Constantined up behind the damaged car and was able to gain some ground after not an amazing start, I have to say. Manisto, though, continuing the form we've seen all weekend as Perimäki goes into the Joker at the back of that leading quartet.
Perimäki not going to come out in front of Ola Stromberg, which I think is perhaps what they might have been hoping for. But Perimäki has made a bit of a thing of jokering on the first lap yesterday and today. Ivari Manisto from Sebastian Isaac-Setra, that's your 1-2. Jere Huka on the podium yesterday as well in Cross Car Junior, and lining himself up for another top 3 finish. It does look as though it is these 3, unless that early joker for Perimäki works wonders like it did yesterday. And Manisto down sub 1 minute on the first lap as Pitu Matalamaki pulls off. I did wonder if he's going to try and get all the way around the whole of this final just for points, but that seems to be asking an awful lot of your bravery. Manisto easing away from Isaac-Setra and Huka, and he's going to have to leave it long to Joker so that he can cover those 2 off. And how that sort of leaves Isaac-Setra and Huka with a bit of a choice to make, because nothing they can do is going to do anything about the leader. They now have to worry about the gaps behind that they can't really judge as to when they're going to joker.
The race is between those 2, isn't it? For second, Stromberg's some 3.5 seconds off the back of Huka, which might be enough for Stromberg, but Huka has had great ultimate pace this weekend. Isaac-Setra pulling a bit of a margin on Huka as well now, so I think Isaac-Setra is relatively safe for a podium, as long as I haven't just cursed the young Norwegian, who didn't make the final yesterday, Martin, so we'll be looking to end the weekend on a high.
The question is, has Huka got enough to stay ahead of the pink car of Perimäki, who has jokered? Huka at the moment 3 seconds off the leader, Perimäki 7 seconds off the leader, and a bit stuck behind. Huka jokers now, Perimäki in the pink car. There you go, there's the answer to that question. He did not have enough.
Huka lost a bit of time on the way and just got a bit crossed up, had to slow the car down more than perhaps would have been optimal. Loses a bit more time there in the final corner. I wonder if Huka's got a bit of an issue, because seems to lose pace mid-corner and then just struggles to get going a little bit.
For Perimäki, the problem now is Stromberg, the black machine in front of him. I mean, he's not at the same sort of pace that Perimäki could probably produce in clear air. And Stromberg, well, what do? I guess you stay out and joker as late as you can, really, because you're just holding these guys up.
Yeah, it's true. It almost doesn't really matter now.
No, not really.
In theory, maybe you joker now out of the traffic just to not get involved in some sort of incident you could otherwise avoid, but maybe you come out well out of that. Anyway, Isaac-Setra is going to joker now with, I think, enough advantage here just to get back out comfortably in second position. Does indeed, despite the closing speed of the standard lap. So barring disaster for Isaac-Setra, this is going to be a well-deserved podium.
And I think the black car of Stromberg was key to that. He is definitely slowing up the 2 behind him, particularly the pink machine of Perimäki. And so that opened up that margin. So Isaac-Setra was able to duck in and out of the joker without losing position. Perimäki on the inside goes by Stromberg. Stromberg cuts back underneath, crosses the line, retakes that 4th position.
And that's the risk, isn't it? Perimäki delivered a perfect move up the inside into turn 1, but then got done on the exit. And what you don't want to do in Perimäki's position is get tied up with trying to race Stromberg here and potentially losing that position to Huka, who is looming in the mirrors. Huka's so close to the back. This is the fight for the final podium spot, because Stromberg will joker and remove himself from this fight.
Yeah, so it's all about hanging on for Perimäki. Manisto has done the joker with no dramas. Isaac-Setra will be second. Stromberg has to joker, and Perimäki has fought the fight against Huka. Checkered flag is out, so Ivari Manisto, yesterday's winner, will win the final again. Sebastian Isaac-Setra, who didn't make the finals yesterday, celebrates with second place.
Delighted, you can tell Sebastian Isaac-Setra absolutely made up with that result. And well, he might be. Huka drives immediately back to the paddock. Obviously was hoping for more, another podium to end the weekend. And that's the thing with these double headers, isn't it? You could the Sunday really carries you into the next few days, as we see donuts from Manisto.
Yeah, Huka had a dreadful getaway. Look at the blue and yellow car just dropping out the back of the picture. contact there in the first corner. P2 Matalamaki came down the inside of Sebastian Isaac Sestra. And if that was yesterday, Isaac Sestra would have been barrel rolled out there. Today, his luck is a whole different colour, and he got away. If there was contact with no damage, which is not what you can say for P2 Matalamaki. I have to say, taking that down into the chicane, I thought he was really using up the bravery cells. And then it was all about trying to get by Strongberg for Minia Piramaki. He had the go there. In the end, he did enough to cover off Gira Huka. Yesterday's third place finisher, Huka, not on the podium today. And again, down the inside, tight means you're going to run out wide, leaving the door open. Ola Stromberg saw what was happening, pulled the cape aside, but still had to joker. So in the end, Manisto and Isaac Sestra joined on the podium by Minia Peramaki. Both Manisto, Peramaki and Huka and Matalamaki for that will be racing in Finland on home soil next weekend. So a chance to turn it all around, another double race weekend. So from junior cross car to cross car, and our final here, again, with many of the names you expect. But Jonathan Yililami, if you looked at yesterday's results, that would be a surprise, because yesterday was a disaster. Today has been anything but. Carl Svendlund alongside Oliver Lucas Jensen, the White Machine, Espen Isaac Sestra, Janis Baumanis and Matthias Edlund. Again, no defending champion, and how that's a surprise.
Is indeed, as we run towards the first corner, Yililami with a good start. Svedlund there in the wings, the pack runs, DBs etc. around the outside. Svedlund looks up the inside, doesn't have the momentum out of turn two. Svedlund really would have wanted to be a place up here, because now there's a question over joker strategy when you're mid-pack. See how it plays out over the next couple of corners. Baumanis has a big jump, but manages to get the wheels straight on landing.
Jensen in the white car, only fourth from third on the grid, but he's immediately with the top three. There he is, right in the wheel tracks and trying to come around Svedlund. That didn't work for him, or trying to get underneath. Does he joker? Yes, from that position you pretty much have to. You're being sent in that direction anyway. Matthias Edlund follows him.
Perfect for Jensen. Edlund went as well. Baumanis, really you could have done with Baumanis going too, to be able to release the pace from the weekend he's had so far, but ultimately Baumanis will be quick enough not to hold up Jensen. Now this battle really is as Edlund pulls off with some right rear damage potentially seen on the back of that car, but this is all about Oliver Lucas Jensen now delivering some pace and trying to close on this quartet at the front of the order to see just how far up the Danish driver can get.
He's got 2 or 3 laps, hasn't he, effectively, before he catches Baumanis, unless the Latvian drops the car and makes a mistake. But after yesterday's disasters, Jonathan Yililami is utterly transformed. Espen Isaac Sestra, again, like his younger brother, the fortune's better for both Isaac Sestras.
Baumanis jokers now, Martin. That's perfect for Jensen to get out of the traffic. This is tough now for Svedlund. Couldn't afford to joker them because you would come back in the traffic. They need to get the hammer down. Per Bjornsson on the radio for Carl Svedlund will be pushing the reigning junior champion on just to try and increase the margin.
And Jensen was only 5 seconds off the leader, not off third place. So actually Jensen jokering so early puts all of them under potential pressure. If Yililami drops pace, then he might be in danger. Isaac Sestra possibly is. Svedlund absolutely has been hung out to dry.
Svedlund's dropped off the back of the leading duo now.
Jensen's definitely going to get him whenever he jokers, but now Jensen's early joker might pay out with a top of the podium result. What's his pace like? It's very good, not quite as quick as
jokers
Yililami.
This time around. This is to cover off Oliver Lucas Jensen, in the background, comes out side by side with Svedlund. The race isn't between those two. Yililami has indeed got out ahead of Jensen behind. Svedlund gets sideways. This is holding back Yililami. Yililami gets up the inside. Svedlund runs wide. Jensen will also try and clear the black machine.
He's going to go wide, cross the line, cut back underneath at the apex. He avoids the wall. He's got the inside line down to chicane. Wheels interlocking. That's a bold move. Jensen is really up for this.
Not working out for Svedlund at all. There's still yet to joker the JC driver, now under pressure from Baumanis. They lost an engine earlier in the weekend, did Svedland yesterday afternoon, and it's just not working here either for the young Swede. Rear of the car dips down. Wonder if they've got a bit of a problem. He's accepted to the Joker.
But only 3 seconds ahead of the battle for second place. It's going to be 3 cars as they rejoin. Is he coming back in second? Yes, just ahead of Jensen. And that worked well for Isaac Sestra, despite catching the dark car of Svedland and having to fight his way by. So Isaac Sestra did not have the pace to stay in front. Jonathan Yililami comes back out ahead of Isaac Sestra with Oliver Lucas Jensen in third.
For sure, Svedland's got a problem. This isn't the true pace of the reigning junior title winner, but Yililami, what a turnaround this is, Martin, as you alluded to earlier. From a disappointing day yesterday, has really taken Sunday's proceedings by the scruff of the neck and is absolutely flying out front. Isaac Sestra as well. Double family podiuming coming again. We see that smoke from Yililami that we saw earlier on.
Well, whether it's overfilled with oil or something, it's got to do another 3 corners. He's keeping his pace up. Jonathan Yililami, he's going to ignore any noises, smells, strange lights or anything else that he's getting from the car. The checkered flag awaits Jonathan Yililami after a disappointing Saturday, a jubilant Sunday as he wins the final in cross car. Espen Isaac Sestra again turning his fortunes around, and Oliver Lucas Jensen, well, the Dane has had a very strong weekend. He finishes third just ahead of Janus Baumanis. And Jonathan Yililami went to bed last night after a disappointing day, woke up in a totally different world today. And that's the key with sport. Easy to say, hard to do. Yesterday is history. All you can do is change what happens today. Sometimes luck comes to get you anyway, but you can certainly change your mindset, and he has done that superbly. Jonathan Yililami.
Right rear puncture for Carl Svedland just out of the commentary box window. That's where the pace went. What a shame for Svedland. Jensen, as you say, could have won that in a different scenario. The traffic really worked, the early Joker strategy. I wonder how early Svedland's tyre went. There was no contact there. Svedland will, Jensen will Joker this time around.
I wonder if it was first corner, if it just started to go soft then. Maybe it's just been sort of unseated from the rim a little.
They run beadlocks on the back of these cross cars, so it's difficult.
Not surprised.
It's difficult to push the tyre off, but you can, of course. There's some ruts developing, some stones. I wonder if there's a bit of contact somewhere here that just sliced the sidewall, perhaps. They went side by side here, didn't they, in that battle? You could easily foresee a bit of this contact. There was a good whack in the tyre there, wasn't there? One of those knocks could easily just slice the side of the tyre. Shame for Svedland. What a job, though, for his teammate from last year, Yililami, to take the victory. And a whole platter of donuts on the start-finish straight. Clearly delighted. You don't see much emotion from the Finns normally, do you? But especially after a difficult first day, that's a good response.
And how much better is he going to feel now heading to Finland next weekend as he ends this weekend with triumph? So Jonathan Yililami, Espen Isaac Sestra and Oliver Lucas Jensen are the top 3 in the cross-car final. Well, the weather has been kinder to the fans today than it was yesterday. It started out very bright and sunny yesterday, but it was pretty miserable during the course of the afternoon. Cold and drizzly.
Some track watering going on just before the open 2-wheel drive final. That'll not help the rear-wheel drive machines in any way at all, but it will certainly help with the visibility and keeping the dust down.
Yeah, normally it's the cross-car juniors who get the freshly watered track. But it's been pretty dry most of the week. Yesterday, it didn't rain. It certainly didn't rain the way that it was forecast to a couple of days out, where it was due to be, hello, is that Noah on the phone? Can we get an ark built?
Pronto.
Yeah, exactly. So it was drizzly. What it wasn't was an absolute stormy deluge.
Oh, we're in for a heat wave next weekend. Just having a look at Honky on the weather app.
Was it double figures?
Saturday 24, Sunday 26. So yeah, very different to this weekend.
Wow, that's going to be insane. Okay, so Open two-wheel drive final. Linus Vestman in the BMW with Jonny alongside him. That's the third car from the left. Then watch Eric Lidman. He's been very quick. And Lucas Gabrielsen in the tiny Starlet. Again, he starts superbly in that machine. If he gets it hooked up, and he does, he could be a threat for the lead down into the first corner. But the BMWs just out-drag him. And it will be Linus Vestman from Jonny. And down the inside comes Eric Lidman inside the Starlet and just kind of elbows his way through into third place, and that leaves Gabrielsen in fourth ahead of Matthias Janssen.
Gabrielsen had an electrical problem earlier on. I wonder if that's come back to haunt him, because made a great start and then just lost the pace in the run down to the first corner. He did admit, though, when I was having a chat in the paddock, that the electrical problem was nothing to do with him dropping it into the Joker. When he did earlier on, it was just a human error rather than an electrical one. But I don't know if Gabrielsen's car is running as it might do up the inside, though.
I think it might be.
Of Lidman towards the velodrome section, gets the job done. The car skipping around all over the bumps in the run down to the penultimate corner. Takes a proper jump there, doesn't it? All four wheels off the ground, such is the short wheelbase. And is now taking chase to Jonny.
Well, that was a good move from Gabrielsen, and it forced Lidman to do the Joker then and there. That was absolutely no question at all about it. So the Volvo, Matthias Janssen, the white car with the BMW of Eric Lidman right behind. Anton Carlsen joining today, as the Volvo has. They didn't compete
contact
yesterday.
Between Lidman and Janssen into the chicane. Lidman got it done. We'll have to see that in the replays hopefully later, because that looked very tight indeed. But all this fighting between the various drivers is allowing Linus Vestman to edge away up front. A 2-second margin he had at the end of the opening lap.
Yeah, that was a very good opening lap from Vestman. Jonny Jokers now.
This is to try and cover off Lidman in the background, and he's going to get it done. Lidman lost that bit of time fighting Janssen, and that's just enough for Jonny, who will now try and get the hammer down to close the gap on Vestman. But Vestman has been super quick this weekend in the BMW
Just
82.
love the body attitude of these cars. Unladen front wheel, pouring the air. A real classic, firm front end, soft rear end for these machines. And Vestman, there he is with the yellow highlights, flying clear. Lucas Gabrielsen, all looks good at the moment, but of course still to Joker as the leader has.
Interesting that Gabrielsen is yet to use the wipers. In my own experience, so often you don't want to use the wipers for as long as possible, because you risk smearing the windscreen. Imagine driving on the motorway, the highway at home in low sun. When I tried in the hire car last night, when you apply the windscreen washer and then use the wipers, it sometimes just makes the whole situation worse.
Yep.
Whereas you can just see through the speckles of dirt. You're so focused on the road ahead, you're almost looking through that, and you really need a lot of dirt on there to try and start to displace it. Vestman, though, no such problems. The perfect clean front end on his BMW. The gap now 5.6 seconds, has got plenty of time to get in and out of the Joker and retain the lead, even though Gabrielsen is also yet to Joker.
Yeah, Gabrielsen only 3 seconds ahead of the Lidman battle for third place, and I think he's going to drop behind them unless he produces something majorly spectacular. And actually Jonny has got away from Eric Lidman there. What happened to Lidman in the black BMW? Jonny with the blue highlights has just raced away. Vestman, he'll Joker next time round.
Jonny has been a massive revelation this weekend, really stepped up in performance relative to what we have seen so far. Gabrielsen Jokers this time, he's actually been caught quite quickly at the moment. This is going to be close though, with Lidman, who carries the pace all the way down to the penultimate corner. Isn't close enough. Gabrielsen will be on the podium if he can remain in the position he's in at the moment. Lidman will be dearly disappointed by getting caught in that bit of traffic, but ultimately running wide and having that battle with Gabrielsen meant that he fell behind Janssen and had to make that pass on track.
And this is a great weekend for Jonny, as you say. Podium yesterday, it's going to be a podium today. Vestman still to Joker, but 9.5 seconds ahead of the second place BMW at the start of this lap. There is Jonny, right behind him. The Gabrielsen-Lidman battle is for the final podium spot. And Vestman, if he doesn't bin it here, and he shouldn't, he's got all the time in the world, and his spotter will say, calm, calm, just make it work. Nicely through the Joker lap.
Absolute domination from Vestman this weekend. We've seen him compete regularly in Alsman at his home track, but done a stunning job today. Johnny also very good indeed.
Second, third and fourth all together. Is it going to change before the line? No, Jonny gets it across the line. Gabrielsen drifts out of the final corner in third place, and Eric Lidman just missing out on that. And there's Anton Carlsen's VW Polo. Matthias Janssen in the Volvo, finishing in the 6th and final position.
That is exactly what Linus Vestman needed to motivate him to come to Honky Hockey next weekend. I'm almost convinced that he will do that now. There's nothing like a win in your pocket to motivate you to come to the next event. There wasn't a huge amount of action in the Open 2-wheel drive final, was there? It was largely on strategy, but that move that Lidman had to pull on Janssen after he got overtaken on the opening lap by Gabrielsen was key. That is the move where Gabrielsen got up the inside, Lidman clearly deciding early that he would bail out of that. This is the move I was talking about. Big commitment from Lidman. Janssen actually turned in. I don't think that was malicious.
I don't think he knew he was there. No, I don't think he thought he was there. No one's that close at that point, but he was. And Lidman,
or decisive. Lidman knew that was critical if he wanted to be on the podium. Couldn't afford to get held up. What a job, though, from Linus Vestman, celebrating with a big send across the finish line to take victory here in Tierp.
And Robert Spittles looking for the perfect weekend. Fastest in all the qualifying heats. Yesterday's winner in Supercar Lights. Fastest in all the qualifying heats today, and looking for victory from Alexander Lindqvist. The earlier misfire in Q2 seems to have been sorted out. With the orange highlights, Pontus Oscarsson, then Kevin Darbach. His car is going. The other Darbach machine didn't. And Matt Cake, the final car on the grid in this prize drive, sending it down the inside. Now he's got nothing else to survive for. Darbach's door is open. Lindqvist is in the barriers. And through goes Pontus Oscarsson. Yes, he does. Lindqvist down to third. Robert Spittles leads. But the interest now is not in whether Vittels is going to clean up, because that seems likely, but who of the remaining four will be on the podium, and whether prize drive rookie Matt Cake can actually make enough of an impact here. He's finally been freed up. He's got nothing to survive for, so this is now about trying to produce the pace in the car after 2 days of running.
Lindqvist into the Joker. Wonder if he's got damage. Looks like the front left wheel was very low there. Matt Cake under big pressure here from Kevin Darbach. Leaves the door open. Cake was hard into the rear of Pontus Oscarsson in the opening corner. You can see the damage on the front of Cake's car and on the rear of Oscarsson's. I think the young Swede has got away with it though, but as we have seen all weekend, bar the opening qualifier today, Robert Vittels is out front and driving away from the pack to the tune of 2 seconds at the end of the opening lap.
Well, what a great opportunity for young Matt Cake. Matt Cake, the winner in the Suzuki Swift competition in Great Britain. His prize drive was supposed to be a test, has been converted into a full race weekend here in Tierp. Something that I don't suppose he ever thought was likely to be on his bingo card for the season. And he's taken the opportunity with both hands, really learning a lot. Robert Spittles racing away.
Oscarsson in the Joker. This is critical. Side by side with Cake. Cake's got him on the exit. Can Lindqvist get anywhere now? I think Lindqvist might have more damage. Oscarsson looks to the inside of Cake. Lindqvist is going to look to the inside of Oscarsson. Oh, clips the wall on the inside, pushes Oscarsson sideways. That's definitely broken Lindqvist's car now, if it wasn't already. Cake, though, is now in a net podium position. Will Lindqvist try and drive that car out of the way? There's bits of Supercar Light all over the floor in turn 2, but Matt Cake running third overall. Oscarsson has jokered though, and will be hard on the back of the British driver.
And that's the real problem for Matt Cake, is that Pontus Oscarsson is the only one still in the event who has taken the Joker lap, and so that puts third place under real threat.
Cake has to stay out for as long as possible now,
100%,
just to try and extend the margin. Vittels though is being caught here by Darbach. I wonder if Vittels has got an issue, Martin, because Darbach has brought the gap down massively.
Did not have that on my bingo cards. Vittles has been untouchable. He is no longer. Now they're still able to joker at this stage and come back out in front of Cake and Oskarsson, particularly if Oskarsson can't get by Matt Cake. But as you say, Robert Vittles has Kevin Darbach now climbing in the rear window.
It's so hard to see out of the window here, and it's also so hard to tell with the supercar lights with the such low profile tyres. But I wonder if he's got a left rear puncture. I couldn't really see. The car's not wildly sideways. Matt Cake is fairly sideways over the jump. We need to be watching this battle for the lead, though. Clearly something is wrong with Robert Vittles' car, and he's under big pressure here from Darbach. Darbach has to split the strategy here. He has to wait to see what Vittles does and do the opposite. I think Vittles will, no, he doesn't joker. Correct decision from the Darbach squad to get Kevin in.
100% alternate strategy. Whatever he does, you do the opposite. Here comes Cake, here comes Oskarsson. And when Oskarsson did the joker and didn't get back in front of Matt Cake, that's made the difference here, and that's allowed Darbach to come in clear air.
Would have won this final, if buts and maybes, I know, but had Oskarsson got ahead of Kevin Darbach there, which he would have done if he wasn't caught behind Cake, assuming they all catch Robert Vittles, which for sure at least Darbach will, because last time around Vittles did a 57.0. His best lap's a 54.6, so he's definitely got issues. Will be pushing as hard as he can with what he's got underneath him. Darbach's coming in hot though behind.
Well, Matt Cake was faster on the last lap than the leader, Robert Vittles, and he's, you know, new to the cars, so that gives an indication. Vittles he's nursing a problem, isn't he? It's the last lap, he's got no option, and this falls into the lap of Robert Darbach. Now, can Vittles finish on the podium? Cake has to joker as well, and Oskarsson's not close enough. He was held up by Matt Cake for too long. Nothing broke right for Pontus Oskarsson. It is not going to be victory for Robert Vittles. Kevin Darbach takes it. Robert Vittles in second place, and in third place Pontus Oskarsson. Matt Cake takes a fourth place finish.
Robert Vittles owes Matt Cake and Phoebe Cake, his spotter, a beer this evening, because had Matt not been in the mix there and the guys behind not being held up, then there is no way Vittles would have been on the podium. Vittles doesn't have a puncture, looking out of the commentary box window as they return, as Kevin Darbach gets on the roof to celebrate victory after a difficult weekend. Vittles did a great salvage job there to get second position because the pace was just not there. 55.0 was the last lap. Of course, he jokered then as well. So, that was Kevin Darbach's. Robert Vittles' last lap was a 1:01. The slowest lap of anyone bar Cake, who also jokered.
Yeah, Cake was
as well.
Lost 3/4 of a second to Vittles on that joker. They both jokered on the last lap, so that's a fair comparison. But for Darbach, well, they've had mixed fortunes, haven't they, the Darbachs? And good to see him celebrating.
Donuts in a supercar lights is not easy, largely because they don't have the power of an FC2 or a supercar, and they are massively over-gripped by the Nova tyres, so you have to give the clutch a good old kick to get it to do a donut like that. This was the first corner. Cake getting into the rear of Oskarsson. Oskarsson then went side by side with Lindqvist. I don't think that'll be looked at, because you've seen so often in the history of the supercar lights in 2013 that the cars can get hooked up together. That was optimistic from Lindqvist. Clipped the wall on the inside, broke the steering. Not unsure if he already had an issue, to be honest, because the pace didn't seem to be there, as we've seen on other occasions this weekend. But ultimately, Matt Cake staying out when he may have jokered otherwise. And for sure, for him, it was the right strategy, because you've just got to try and stay in the fight, haven't you? Darbach did the right thing by jokering, having got onto the rear of Vittles, and it was so important for Darbach that he got out ahead of Cake here and wasn't stuck in that battle. Oskarsson will be ruining that traffic, because had he not been in that, he would have cleared Darbach at that stage and then cleared Vittles later on. Look how dirty Darbach's windscreen is there at the end of the race, just peering through the gloom. But the right thing not to use the wipers, clearly, and a brilliant win for the young Dane. And as you've seen from that shot, Martin, he's extraordinarily tall. You kind of have to fold him in half to get him into a lights car.
You mean a proper height?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So Kevin Darbach, the winner from Robert Vittles and Pontus Oskarsson, and the end of a fine weekend for Matt Cake. He finishes in fourth place ahead of the retired Alexander Lindqvist. Whether Lindqvist had an issue or not hitting that wall, he certainly did after that. you go. There is the damage to that right front corner. Concrete walls tend to grab tyres as you go by them if you're close enough. And he was absolutely close enough there. So the wheel will have been stopped in its tracks by the concrete wall. The bodywork's still attached there, but that would have been pushed out of the way. There are a few other bits of assembled car. You could probably build a very random looking rallycross car from the bits that have been left around the track throughout the course of the weekend. Lots of front and left corners being knocked off, particularly down here at the hairpin. It's quite a collection there.
Pontus Oskarsson was just loitering by the concrete wall, basically below that camera shot where you saw the marshal collecting the bits of bumper. I suspect he was looking for the bits of bumper so he could try and reattach them to his car, such as some competitors' budget limitations, but I think they're pretty far gone as well.
I think so. I think that there'll be more gaffer tape and tie wraps than there will be bodywork in that case. So getting ready then with Timmy Hansen and Kasper Janssen on the front row of the grid. Nicholas Grönholm, Hansen's teammate with the black bonnet, lining up third from yesterday's winner in Pro-Am. At a moment with Lucas Andersson and Romet Siena on the back row of the grid. Well, Hansen, after a puncture in Q1 yesterday, has just got quicker and quicker and dialed himself fully into these machines. Kasper Janssen, he's been flying as well today. Wasn't quite as fortunate yesterday, but from the front row, does he make a good enough start? He does. They all cleanly get onto the straight this time with Hansen and Grönholm on the inside track. Janssen around the outside. Can he make it work? He doesn't get hooked up enough. And Hansen's inside him, too wide into the chicane. Is this going to be a survival moment? And no.
Hansen's in the wall, in the chicane, 2 into 1, does not go there. Janssen was committed on the way in, wasn't he? Grönholm also made it through. Lucas Andersson up into third. Hansen pulls off for the second final in a row. Janssen made the best of the starts. There wasn't room around the outside, but held it side by side into the chicane. Janssen leads this. Grönholm into the Joker this time around. Lucas Andersson at the moment on a wilder ride in the background. You can see that Nicholas Grönholm is piling on the pressure to Kasper Janssen.
Grönholm was on the podium as well yesterday, second position. He'll be looking for a little bit more. On the second step, he was taller than the winner, but you know, that's the Grönholm genes. And there is Oman having a wild old time. Kasper Janssen, the leader then from Nicholas Grönholm. And this is going to come down to strategy as well, because Grönholm has definitely got the pace to match Janssen. Romet Siena in third place. Now, how's he going to work this out? Lucas Andersson has already jokered and is only 2.2 behind Siena. And so that looks like he is tying himself into a podium position.
Marcus Grönholm on the radio to Nicholas, needs to joke Nicholas right now. They're not going to do it. He needs to get out of this traffic. I think they had the margin there over Lucas Andersson, but it won't be there for long because Lucas is an absolute charger. Grönholm all over the back of Janssen, who is also super quick. What are the gaps going to be as we cross the only split on this lap? Janssen leads by 0.3 of a second from Nicholas Grönholm. Grönholm does the fastest lap of the race on a 52.4. The gap back to Andersson, who's third now, is 4.9. There is enough, I think, for Grönholm to get in and out of the Joker if he goes now.
He has to go now, doesn't he? Otherwise it will be gone. He opened up 0.4 over Andersson in third place at the moment as Siena has jokered. So Grönholm has to go or he's going to give this position away. He's been bottled up behind Janssen. Janssen's not exactly slow. Does Grönholm joker? He does. Now it's about the rejoin ahead of Andersson. It will be. And Lucas Andersson knows it. He can see that Grönholm's jokered. He's going to come flying in. But that was well judged. Grönholm did enough.
Andersson sideways in the background. Andersson's been a bit ragged this time around. I wonder if they're running out of tyres on the JC Race Techniques squad.
Well, maybe Grönholm learned his lesson from yesterday where he was telling us after qualifying he used all his tyres.
51.7 for Kasper Janssen, pushing as hard as he can. Fastest lap of the race so far. He needs to deliver the same again now to Joker in response to Nicholas Gronholm. We don't have split times, we can only work on visuals here, but Gronholm will be pushing super hard to try and close the gap on Casper Janssen.
He was 4.9 ahead at the line, which should be enough as long as he doesn't lose anything on this lap. Does he Joker now, or does he go one more lap?
He's
They're going
confident
one
in
more
the
lap.
pace. They think they can do enough to pull ahead. That's a risky strategy given how much Nicholas Gronholm was all over the back of the reigning FC2 champion in the opening laps. Gronholm so neat and tidy, Martin, through that penultimate corner. All of that experience of the multiple World Rallycross Championship event winner.
Was 4.9 seconds, is now 5.1. Good choice. Janssen quicker that time round by a couple of tenths over Nicholas Gronholm, and he's given himself a bigger margin of error on the last lap. He has to make it work. He is at the moment in a position where he will make it work as long as he doesn't overcook it anywhere and give that valuable time away. Nicholas Gronholm pulling away from the very lurid Lucas Anderson in third place. Here's the key Joker then, Casper Janssen to win this final. Gronholm coming with a head of steam, but it's neat and tidy, it's enough. Janssen is the leader. He rejoins as the leader. Gronholm will be less than a second behind him at the line, but it will be victory for Casper Janssen. Nicholas Gronholm second podium of the weekend, and Lucas Anderson will complete the podium in third position.
Great drive from Casper Janssen. Difficult start to the season for the Swede. Close battle with Timmy Hansen in the opening corners. I wonder if we can follow Janssen here, because Timmy Hansen's standing beside his car in the infield. I wonder if there'll be any indication as to how Hansen's feeling about that move.
Well, Hansen kept side by side here, and so he always knew that there was that jeopardy, but you don't win races by sitting back and waiting and watching, do you? So
shame for Timmy Hansen. He's had good pace this weekend, quickly got on top of the FC2 and was right in the hunt. Janssen, though, was on that wild old ride earlier on in the semi-final, wasn't he? Managed to dial it all back a little bit and actually go quicker, having been under that big pressure from Nicholas Gronholm. One of these days, Gronholm's going to win one of these because he's been really quick for the events he's done in Holland and here in Sweden.
Well, maybe next week in Finland. Wouldn't that be fitting enough?
He's doing a rally next week, sadly,
so
he won't be joining us. Then his programme in the Skoda Fabia Rally 2 as Janssen returns to Parc Fermé.
Well, one thing we know is that Timmy Hansen wasn't at the side of the track waving his fist at Casper Janssen. And actually, if we get a chance to see that in replay, that first lap, Hansen was fully committed, and so was Janssen. And I did think when Timmy didn't lift alongside him in the middle of that chicane complex, I thought, okay, somebody's being very brave, and it was both of them. Away from the start, Timmy Hansen on the left of your picture and Casper Janssen in the centre. So they come out of the hairpin side by side. Hansen's got a little advantage, but Janssen with the hammer down. Here they survive, and Hansen actually, you know, if he lifted, it might have been an incident with Nicholas Gronholm, who was right behind them.
Hansen got a little bit sideways out of turn 2, didn't he, and just hampered his momentum. Janssen got alongside. Janssen, though, I really felt he was going to be under pressure from Nicholas Gronholm, but managed to pull the margin in those laps, and fair play, was confident in the pace to go again and not Joker to try and defend the position, so won it on outright pace. Clearly delighted. Tough start to the year for the Swede, but the donuts indicate just how pleased he is with that result, and yeah, just reward for a weekend's hard work.
Yeah, tough break for Timmy Hansen, but that is also motorsport. I'm sure, having now dialed himself into the car, he's going to give himself another opportunity to try and produce the goods that the pace showed could be possible. Casper Janssen, though, the winner from Nicholas Gronholm, a second podium this weekend. Lucas Anderson rounding out the top 3 as we get to the end of competition for this 3-day weekend here at Tierp Arena. Casper Janssen winning the Open 4-wheel drive Pro final. So there you go.
Just having a look at Parc Fermé, Nicholas Gronholm straight over to Casper Janssen in congratulation. Anderson as well. there's good respect between the front runners here in the FC2 category, and
Well,
I
look,
think Gronholm knows he was beaten on pace, and
Yeah.
he's also experienced enough to know there will be a day when that comes good.
And it's not rallying. You're not on your own. This is, side-by-side racing. And so if you don't have respect, it hurts everybody a lot. And with the experience of somebody like Nicholas Gronholm and Timmy Hansen, they've been around the world a lot. They've been around the block a lot of times. And so they understand that not everything, not all contact is deliberate and malicious. Sometimes it's just racing, and that's the way it is.
Certainly in rallycross, when there's so much at stake, such a short duration during the races. It's been some fascinating races today, hasn't there? The track has evolved a lot. I actually quite enjoy the jeopardy it brings. It for us as impartial bystanders, it brings a lot to the action. And next week we go to a brand new venue in Finland. Honkajoki is next. I've been there before, but many people in the Rallyx paddock have not. So it'll be fascinating to see how quickly people get up to speed. So join us next Saturday for the next event of Rallyx 2026.
We'll see you there.